Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Dear Minister Dr. Igor Papic, dear Ambassador, Your Excellency, Natalie Kauta, this is Slovenian German Hydrogen Day. And in the name of the organizers, the Chamber of Commerce and the Industry of Slovenia, Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, Ljubljana, and the German Chamber of Commerce and the Industry, I warmly welcome you on this sunny morning. Hydrogen is gaining increasing attention worldwide. It's a clean fuel that, when consumed in a fuel cell, produces only water. Global interest in using hydrogen is growing quickly, as it is expected to play a critical role in the global energy transition. The European Green Deal and the European Hydrogen Strategy are core elements towards a climate-neutral EU economy by 2050, and thus hydrogen will play a key role in storing renewable energy in the deep decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors such as steel and chemical industries and the transport sector. So let's talk future today. I'm happy to announce the first opening speech, Mrs. Vesna Nachtigal, General Director at the Chamber of Commerce and the Industry Slovenia, please.
Good morning to all. My heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guest, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Mr. Igor Papic, Your Excellency, Ms. Natalia Kauter, the German Ambassador to Slovenia, the President of the German-Slovenian Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Dagmar von Bonstein, dear guests from Germany, dear guests from Slovenia. In Slovenia, industry is one of our key economic sectors, representing over a quarter of the Slovenian GDP. Slovenia is the second most industrialized country in Europe. Consequently, the production of materials plays a specific role, ensuring a higher level of self-sufficiency, not only for the Slovenia, but also for the broader European economy. This is becoming even more important as we face a strong competition from materials produced in third countries around the world. These are usually cheaper, but at the same time produce a much higher carbon footprint. Due to the alarming high energy price, foremost in Europe, the competitiveness of European production is decreasing more and more. The only solutions is to embark even more decisively and quickly on the path of low carbon circular economy or a green transition. To achieve this, we need energy, self-sufficiency, and a greater share of green energy. Through its Strategic Council for Energy Transition, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Slovenia has prepared a position paper based on professional calculations and present them to decision makers as well as the general public. The basic guidelines is reliable and competitively priced low carbon energy supply. This can and will only be achieved by building renewable energy sources such as solar and wind energy. It is also imperative to decide on the construction of a second nuclear power plant as soon as possible. In addition, we must give more emphasis on hydrogen energy, especially green hydrogen, obtained through electrolysis and to use on renewable energy sources. The Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Slovenia, together with its regional chambers, supports a multitude of projects in the field of hydrogen technologies, for example, the North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley and the Little Zasavska Hydrogen Valley. In cooperation with the Technology Park Ljubljana, we have just started the project of implementing a promotional vertical accelerator in the field of hydrogen technologies, being co-financed by the Slovenian Enterprise Fund and the European Regional Development Fund. Our aim is to combine all know-how and resources that we undoubtedly have in this field in Slovenia. Cross-border cooperation, as the case of today's event, can be of great help. Dear guests, unfortunately, I won't be able to be present the whole length of today's Slovenian-German Hydrogen Day, but I leave you in excellent hands of my colleagues. I wish you all an interesting discussion, gaining variety of new information and ideas. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala. Thank you very much. Now I kindly invite Mrs. Natalie Kauta, the German ambassador to Slovenia, to share with us her opening thoughts. Your Excellency, please.
Good morning, dear Minister Papic, dear State Secretary Serschen, dear Mrs. Nachtigall, liebe Frau von Bohnstein, dear guests. Hydrogen definitely brings people together, obviously, because when my deputy Eva Willems designed the concept of this Hydrogen Day today and took the German-Slovene Chamber of Industry and Commerce and the Slovenian Chamber of Commerce and Industry on board, they calculated with the target group that would loosely fill this room, but now it's really packed and we even have listeners online. And I'm really glad and also relieved that so many people are interested in discussing German, Slovene and European approach to using hydrogen, because it means we have understood, or at least we're about to understand, that hydrogen, and especially green hydrogen, is the energy of the future. Hydrogen is an incredibly versatile carrier of energy that can be used to secure energy supplies for many sectors. Today, we want to exchange our views and share best practices, how to deal with hydrogen as an important ingredient to the energy transition to net zero, so the political side of things. But we also want to share our best practices on the business side, how to use hydrogen in buses for public transport, or how to use it in heavy industries like glass production, for example. We are convinced that the energy transition does not lead to the extinction of industrial production, but instead offers big opportunities for its flourishing, while still significantly reducing our carbon footprint. A large part of this will happen thanks to hydrogen. But to be honest, to enable the industry and transport sector to use hydrogen, large investments in technology, in infrastructure and research and education are necessary. Germany has realized this in 2020 when the first national hydrogen strategy was conceived. With this strategy, the German government has created a framework for the massive expansion of hydrogen production and use. In 2021, Germany has already invested over 8 billion euros in 62 major projects, and in 2023, there will be another 4 billion euros for the purchase of hydrogen alone. Hydrogen can combine climate protection and sustainable industries. Many German companies, including startups and small and medium-sized enterprises, are already among the international leaders in hydrogen technologies. We have planned this German-Slovene Hydrogen Day because we know that Slovenia is on the same path, and I am sure you will hear more in detail in a few minutes from the minister. Regarding our very close partnership in all kinds of areas, we are convinced that we can also mutually benefit by working together in the field of hydrogen, because only together will we be able to achieve the necessary energy transition and the reform of our industries. Ladies and gentlemen, the energy transition and the fight against climate change is the greatest challenge of our time. It affects everyone and everything, and it needs to be considered in every field of human existence. And it is not only about the future of our planet, it is about our security and European sovereignty too. As German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock has already stressed many times, climate protection and energy security do not exclude each other. Quite the contrary is true for both our countries and the rest of Europe. The terrible Russian war against Ukraine, in addition to the horrific impact it has on Ukrainians, first of all, has cruelly shown us Germany's dependence on Russian fossil fuels. However, this will not lead us back to postpone the exit of our coal mining or push us back to nuclear energy. It must and it will lead us to renewable energies. Because those energy resources can achieve both goals at the same time. It will make us more independent from imports, thus more resilient, and reduce our carbon footprint. Dear guests, the forecast by the United Nations Framework on Climate Change is alarming, and climate change might wreak havoc to life on Earth as we know it. Acknowledging this is the first step on the way to change. And change often comes with young, knowledgeable people who put all their effort in finding new solutions. It is therefore my great pleasure to welcome representatives from business and science, politics and public administrations, and also to young researchers to the conference today. Mr. David Jure-Jovan from the Slovenian Jožef Stefan Institute and Mr. Srijo Kanyamparambil from the Center of Sustainable Hydrogen Systems of the Technical University of Aachen. Let me once again welcome you all, dear guests, and let me thank you, the German-Slovenian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Slovenian Chamber of Commerce and Industry for collaborating with us on this event. We couldn't have done it without you. I wish you all a very productive and insightful day. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Botschafterin. Thank you very much. The next lady who will also welcome you today is Mrs. Dagmar von Bornstein, the German-Slovene Chamber of Commerce and the Industry President. Please.
Dear Minister Papic, dear State Secretary Sashen, dear co-organizers of the event, Ambassador Natalie Kauter and Managing Director Vesna Nachtigall, ladies and gentlemen. Also from the German-Slovenian Chamber of Industry and Commerce, a warm welcome today to our Hydrogen Day. Dobro jutro in dobrodošli. I'm very pleased that we as AHK Slovenia, together with the German Embassy and GSS, could invite you to this event. For me, it is a best practice how German and Slovenian organizations and governmental institutions work together and add value to the economy in both countries. Germany, on the one hand, depends on cooperation with international partners in order to be able to achieve its Energiewende, what means the transformation away from fossil fuels and toward resources that are as climate neutral as possible. On the other hand, Slovenia, on its path to climate neutrality, can benefit from the knowledge and experience gained in Germany. In this regard, the topic of hydrogen is a crucial one, as we will hear today. But of course, the question of energy supply of the future also extends to other topics. These include the expansion and use of renewable energies, as well as the question of their storage. We provided a big picture on the topic last November at our AHK Energy Forum. Today's event is, so to speak, a first thematic continuation with a focus on hydrogen. The second part will follow on 7th of March. We will then cover the topic of energy storage solutions for the integration of renewable energies. Last December, we prepared a study on this topic, which we will present at the upcoming event. Together with German and Slovenian experts, we will discuss the topic, and we will have German companies present who are looking forward for partners in Slovenia in this area. I already cordially invite you to join us at that event. But first, let's talk about hydrogen and the role it can play in the future energy supply of Germany and Slovenia. I wish us all an interesting and fruitful event. Thank you very much for your attention.
Vielen Dank, Frau von Bornstein. Thank you very much. Mr. Stefan Wenzel, appointed Parliamentary State Secretary at the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, will greet us remotely. Mr. Wenzel, herzlich willkommen.
Welcome. I hope you can hear me in Ljubljana.
Perfectly, we can hear you and we are sending you sun from Ljubljana.
Okay, thank you very much for this technical test. Dear Vesna Nattigal, dear Natalie Kauter, dear Dagmar von Bornstein, and dear Dr. Igor Papik. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to speak to you. And I thank for the kind introduction and for giving me the opportunity to speak about the ramp up of the hydrogen economy in Germany and in the European Union. Hydrogen is one essential element in achieving our climate targets and for making the energy transition a success. After the beginning of the aggressive Russian war against Ukraine in February of the last year, the European Union decided to strengthen the energy efficiency, to strengthen renewables, and to strengthen the European energy security. That is very important for all of us. And this plan is named Repower EU. And we need also green hydrogen to achieve our goals of reaching climate neutrality by 2045. For the decarbonization of the steel and parts of the chemical industry, we have no other technologies than hydrogen and our disposal. Hydrogen and its derivatives like ammonium or methanol are also the decarbonization option as a fuel in air and sea transport. Hydrogen can also help balancing out the volatile renewable energies. So a lot of possibilities. We need to consider the ramp up of the hydrogen economy as part of our efforts to expand renewables and to take on this task as a matter of urgency now. With our national hydrogen strategy, we have decisively advanced the start of the hydrogen economy in Germany. Currently, we are revising our strategy and anchor new, more ambitious targets. The focus is on creating a dedicated hydrogen market, the right incentives, policy and regulatory framework conditions, and on using the instrument of carbon pricing. That's important too, and we have a good ground system there in the European Union. Many measures have already laid the groundwork for investments and reliable planning. However, building an economy is a mere political, social, and macroeconomic task to which all stakeholders must contribute. In this context, Germany has already launched a number of mere funding programs. At national level, we primarily want to use these funds for the so-called important projects of common European interest, called IPSAI. At international level, we have the H2 Global to work together with our partners. In pursuing the IPSAI, the important project of common European interest on hydrogen, we are joining forces with other EU member states to promote projects that cover the entire hydrogen value chain and to launch collaborative projects on a large industrial scale. In response to the call for funding, 62 mere projects were selected during the last legislative period. The first two big project waves, H2Use and H2Tech, have been approved by the EU Commission and are now in the national application process. We now want to build on these projects that have already been initiated. Another important instrument is a carbon contract for difference for large industrial sites. With this instrument, we will pay the cost of difference between the conventional production method and the climate-friendly production. But if there is a difference, I have to say. Last summer, for example, we had a totally changed situation because of the high gas prices in Europe. Last summer, green hydrogen seemed to be cheaper than gray hydrogen from fossil gas. So that's changed a lot in the mind of the people looking on this new technology. We are also planning programs to promote the on- and offshore construction of electrolyzers. In total, we plan to expand capacity from 5 to 10 gigawatt by 2030. This is a clear signal that we want to speed up our domestic production of green hydrogen. Nevertheless, domestic production can only cover a part of our needs. Therefore, we need to continue to promote diversified imports from reliable third countries. For that purpose, we have set up the H2 Global project in order to import green hydrogen from various regions across the world. H2 Global will be the first platform on international trade in green hydrogen. The double auction system builds a bridge between foreign producers with vast resources and domestic users. At the same time, it guarantees efficient use of public money. In addition, this had led us to work on a hydrogen import strategy we plan to launch next year. Against this background, ladies and gentlemen, cross-border cooperation is gaining an even greater importance. After all, our ability to ramp up the hydrogen market also heavily depends on expanding the hydrogen infrastructure throughout Europe. The regulatory foundation is currently underway with the EU gas and hydrogen market package. In the current crisis situation, creating important import facilities for LNG in Germany to ensure energy security over the coming years is also crucial for us. Wherever feasible, we aim to ensure that related infrastructure can be reused for the import of H2 derivatives, for example, ammonium. It is essential that we make swift progress with the hydrogen market design so we can quickly provide market participants with legal certainty for planning, developing, and for financing. We want to develop solutions that give investors clear and reliable framework conditions and investment security. Therefore, we need an EU-wide definition of criteria for green hydrogen now. This is of central importance for the market ramp-up of green hydrogen throughout the European Union. And this issue is a top priority. Credible and reliable criteria for green hydrogen in the Delegated Act are needed for investment security, system efficiency, and comparable economic competition. We therefore welcome that the European Union published a new draft on the Delegated Act on the 1st of December last year. Specifically, the Delegated Act proposes criteria for additionality and temporal and regional correlation. These criteria create the basis for both comparable competitive conditions throughout the EU and support for the energy transition. We welcome that the draft proposes flexibility during a transitional phase to support the market ramp up. As you can see, developing the hydrogen sector is a pan-European issue. Constructive cooperation across all fields among European partners is an important factor for Germany. Therefore, I'm grateful for the good and trusting relations between Germany and Slovenia. And I thank the Slovenian and German organizers for this conference. Today's exchange on opportunities and challenges of the European hydrogen market does also build on our bilateral partnership in the energy sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. See you again.
Herr Wenzel, vielen Dank. Wir grüßen Sie herzlich. Vielen Dank und alles Gute. Thank you very much. So we are glad that today is joining us also the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Igor Papic, whom I kindly welcome to the stage. Gospod minister, izvolite.
Hvala lepa. Thank you very much. Dear Madam Ambassador, dear Chamber, the President of the German-Slovenian Chamber, my colleague from the Ministry of, let me see if I remember properly the new name of the Ministry of Environment, Climate and Energy. So, dear distinguished guests, dear colleagues, dear friends, it's really a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome you today to this event. There are two main reasons. First, because I am welcoming you on behalf of the newly established Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. That's first reason. The other one is because this is my field of expertise. I'm a power engineer, and of course, I know very well what we are talking today about. And of course, I'm also looking forward to the next event organized on the subject of energy storage. Allow me to explain some recent activities of our ministry. We have today exactly 1 week in this new forum, and I'm glad that we are now much more focused on science and innovation. First activities I started a couple of months ago was the idea to re-establish our research agency. We have, of course, a research agency that was quite successful in providing the main mission of supporting fundamental research. What we are missing today in Slovenia, according to my opinion, and I believe to opinions of many others, better connection between the academia on one side and the industry or society on the other side. So the idea is we started with the procedure of establishing a new agency, common agency, that will cover both. The name will be Research and Innovation Agency, and it will consist of 2 pillars. First pillar will cover issues that we have now under the existing research agency, primarily supporting fundamental research. And the second newly established pillar will be so-called innovation pillar. And this pillar will have 2 main tasks. First one is to better connect academia, knowledge on one side, and of course, application on the side of the industry, on the side of the society. So that's first main issue. The other main issue is to better interconnect different sectors. I already mentioned today environment, climate, energy. That's only one ministry that were invited to work together within this innovation pillar. I talked to many ministers, probably 6, 7, including health, including defense, including environment was at that time at other ministry, digitalization, and so on. So the idea is to provide the hub for looking for synergies between different sectors. And if we are talking about hydrogen technology today, I can tell you that there is not only one ministry interested in hydrogen. I can provide at least 2 or 3 other ministries. And of course, if you organize certain activities or provide certain research project, demonstration sites, I believe that we will be able to put together all interested parties in this field. And of course, in that way, we will use available research money in a much more efficient way than we are doing today. So that's one of the main goals that we started, to reorganize our research agency. I mentioned that we reorganized our ministry. And now allow me to mention one very, at least in my eyes, very successful story from the past. Slovenia is a small country, but it's a perfect place for a large demonstration project. Recently, last year, I think it was in November, we finished one of the largest demonstration projects in the field of smart grids worldwide. We were working together with Japanese company Hitachi and with the Japanese agency NEDO. The main partner in Slovenia was ELES. I'm glad we have representatives of ELES today here. The project was in the amount of 40 million euros. It was running for 5 years, 4 or 5 years. And what was important, at least for me, I was part of this story, at least in the beginning. When we talk about new technologies, today about hydrogen technology, technology is, according to my experiences, if we talk about technologies that are becoming more mature, technology is the easiest part. The other issues that we have to deal with is, of course, business models, legal issues, sociology, social impact. We are trying to provide new services for somebody. Engineers are trying to provide some services, but we don't have basic knowledge about sociology. Who is going to use this technology? So what I learned many years ago, closer than we are to the final product or to the final services, more interdisciplinary we have to work. We have to put together different disciplines, absolutely including social sciences and humanities. It's interesting for me, in the last couple of weeks, we have intensive discussions about artificial intelligence, but not primarily from the side of engineers, but primarily from the side of social scientists and from the field of humanities. Because now we are concerned what this new technology will mean for the future development of our society. I'm always supporting the idea of Society 5.0. That means that we will have future development of new technologies. If we want to have successful future development of this new technology, we have to work together with other fields, again, with social sciences and humanities. So that's a very important message, and large demonstration projects are excellent opportunity to do that, because we are going toward the final solutions. And now allow me, of course, to come to the field of hydrogen technology. I was able to follow what was recently prepared. It was an unofficial document, actually, about the production of electricity in Slovenia till 2050. Well, it's an interesting document, at least for me as a power engineer. But there are many questions. For instance, if somebody says that we will have in Slovenia, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 gigawatts of PV installations, can you imagine one warm day in August? Let's say 15th of August, it's a holiday. Very low consumption and production of, let's say, 7 gigawatts. What shall we do with that energy? I guess the only issue is to produce hydrogen, because also energy storage will not be enough. Energy storage can be used for a couple of days, 1 week, something like that. So the hydrogen technology probably provides the solution to that problem. And of course, then we can start discussions about methane, methanol, other gases, and so on. So what I would like to propose today, let's start discussions about the potential large demonstration site in Slovenia in the field of hydrogen technologies. Our ministry will absolutely support these activities. I believe also other ministries within the Slovenian government. I believe that we already have allocated resources also for this field. And maybe somebody would say, we have a lot of projects elsewhere. Each location is a specific location. We have the location of the thermal power plant Šoštanj, and we have to prepare the plan how to transfer this location from the site where the electricity was produced from coal to the site where electricity is produced primarily by sun and with the use of hydrogen technology, then distributed all over the country. So this is my proposal, because I know that in that way, technology is still not mature. It's too expensive, but we have a couple of years to prepare ourselves for these final solutions. It's not the same to have a site in a lab of 1 megawatt of something. That's nice polygon, of course. Let's talk about 100 megawatts of something. That's completely different scale. And I believe it will be excellent polygon, not only for our researchers from both countries, from Germany, from Slovenia, from our research institute, from German research institute, universities. Also, Slovenian companies are interested in participating in this project, and I believe also many German companies. So let's do something like that also in Slovenia, because we have specific challenges at that location. It's not the same. It's not the same. Each location, especially if we go to the final solution, that would be my proposal in the beginning of this event. I'm really glad that the event was organized. I had some discussions also with the ambassador of Germany in Slovenia, and we agreed probably at that meeting that we should organize events like this, and I'm really looking for also for the next one about energy storage. So not to be too long, I wish you a successful event today, good exchange of opinions. I always say at such occasions, I wish you also a lot of good coffee breaks, because these coffee breaks are probably the most important parts of any conference. So all the best, and I'm looking forward to your conclusions. And we already agreed that we will continue working together, don't see any reason why we should not start such a project in Slovenia. Thank you very much.
Spoštovani gospod minister, najlepša hvala. Thank you very much. Amazing when we are all coming together. Significant research and development progress has paved the way for fuel cells to enter today's marketplace for a variety of applications. And thus, I'm happy to announce the keynote speech about the use of hydrogen technology shared by Dr. Blaž Likozar, researcher and head of Department of Catalysis and Chemical Reaction Engineering, National Institute of Chemistry, Slovenia, please.
Thank you, especially to the Chamber for inviting me. It's indeed a pleasure and an honor to be here. Well, this was a working title proposed by the Chamber, and I basically stuck with it because it is quite broad enough to basically wrap up, let's say, a lot of different aspects of what is hydrogen. So I'll take you basically today through our institute's or our department's story, which, you know, by mere chance encompasses also a lot of challenges and activities that are related to hydrogen in Slovenia and also in a broader context. So this is our institute. It's actually the second largest in Slovenia. Jožef Stefan is the largest one. And what I would say is peculiar about our institute, that hydrogen has been with us for quite some time. So even as we speak, we have, for example, an ERC project by Professor Hodnik. We have a spin-out company. You can meet Dr. Gatala today. He's here somewhere. But we really are spanning the scales and the TRLs here when it comes to hydrogen, which is one of the pillars, and of course the use of thereof in the Institute. So I borrowed this from Clean Hydrogen Partnerships Going Global brochure. And this basically illustrates, what the presentation actually encompasses, and that's the use of hydrogen. You can see the PV panels and electrolysis, and then a plethora of different applications. So from industrial use to domestic and household to transportation, you see trains, you see ships, and so on. But of course, there's no one size fits all with hydrogen, and everybody knows that. And for this specific reason, the concept of hydrogen valleys has been developed some time ago, which is basically a kind of precursor to a kind of island use of hydrogen that makes it happen all on a larger scale and towards a more ubiquitous hydrogen economy. And this is also borrowed from the said brochure. But since hydrogen is, most people call it, also not chemists call it a molecule, because they want to make this distinguishment from other ways of energy storage. Because it's such a potent molecule, it has its use in many diverse sectors, as you'll see later on, but at the same time, it's also not applicable to every sector. So it has to be used with a grain of salt. Economics, of course, is a great arbiter in this regard, but there are also others. So my personal opinion, when it comes to, for example, business cases that we've heard our distinguished minister mentioned, is that because everybody, of course, when it comes to hydrogen, especially the skeptics, always start with the price of hydrogen. Well, that's true, especially when it comes to really bulk and large-scale hydrogen use for storage. But when hydrogen is used beyond storage alone, of course, what needs to be sought for is a kind of wholesome business models and the stories where hydrogen makes sense economically, even nowadays. And this is, at least in my opinion, I think that many people share this opinion, where hydrogen is integrated into a broader value chain, where a kind of premium of this hydrogen can be hidden or entered into some product of higher value. And why I'm mentioning this here, because we've had quite a, let's say, productive cooperation with Steklarna Hrastnik, who is, I would say, one of the most prolific early adopters of hydrogen in Slovenia, where actually hydrogen use on an oxy-fuel furnace, even though perhaps with a rather pricey hydrogen for the time being, can be justified with a premium product of, let's say, zero carbon, or even in some instances negative carbon glass, container glass production. I also had the opportunity to listen to the debate yesterday of our distinguished minister at the radio with one of my colleagues from computer science, Blaž Zupan, about the challenges of the science is facing today. But, and it's kind of proverbial for the scientists and researchers to complain about the circumstances, but I would really like to say that there's also a lot of support for low carbon and especially hydrogen and renewable technologies, and a bit of commercial for a center that we are in the near future about to implement in one of the just transition regions. So not the Sasha region, which minister was mentioning, but the other one, Zasavje. And it's going to basically span carbon capture, carbon usage, and of course, hydrogen. Because we are, after all, a carbon society. So we'll always need carbon in one form or another. Just take plastics as an example. The second thing is, of course, when we go down along the value chain and when the margin of added value decreases, we have chemicals that are interfaced and industrial symbiosis where hydrogen enters the sectors of chemistry. And this hydrogen peroxide, and a project that we have called Hyper, ending up at TRL 6 or 7, is another interesting example. And why hydrogen peroxide is a very interesting platform? Well, because basically for its production, you just need hydrogen and peroxide, right? And anybody dealing and anybody knowing what electrolysis is will know that, there you have it. But even if that is the case, the vast majority of hydrogen peroxide nowadays is produced from reforming natural gas, just simply because it's so cheap, and then synthesizing the peroxide. The interesting part of developing this electrochemistry and hydrogen-based technology is that basically the advent of this technology was coinciding with the Second World War already. So the technology, or let's say a precursor thereof, was already there. It just didn't make sense because, after the war, the natural gas and also later on was so cheap that there was no catalyst to do so. Sulfur is another such example, and this is a story we're co-developing with Total Energies, where basically hydrogen, methanol, which we've also heard as an interesting platform where CO2 and hydrogen are nexus together, is produced together with sulfur, which is a bulk industrial chemical, is today produced by a non-renewable Claus process mostly, but in a way it can be nexused with electrolysis, and I think such industrial symbiosis stories are something for the future. Then ammonia, which we haven't heard today yet, but it's very close to the heart of hydrogen. We've heard distinguished minister mentioned the 9 gigawatt and the hydrogen, but that's, if 9 gigawatts of peak power is a lot, that's also a lot of hydrogen. And you need to do something with that hydrogen, and hydrogen storage is another big issue that needs to be managed somehow. And why ammonia is interesting, and I think might play a quite crucial role there. Well, on one hand, it's very easily storable, much more facile than, for example, hydrogen. Then it's quite useful for shipping and ship-based transportation. So even if, for example, the policy would be to produce hydrogen and ammonia offshore or somewhere else, like in Africa or South America, that would be a quite straightforward way of transporting it. You can have ammonia for hydrogen storage for relatively long terms in a kind of island type operation. But what I think is most important, and here coming again to the industrial symbiosis with the chemical sector, we hear a lot about the war in Ukraine and of course the dependence on natural gas, but there's also a strong dependence on what is equally, if not more important than energy, and that is food and fertilizers. And ammonia is the most important cornerstone and building block of the fertilizers and food. And guess what it's produced from? Well, natural gas, of course. So, natural gas is not only the energy vector, but it's also an important, it will be for some time, an important resource vector that we have. But the irony is that it's simply used to produce hydrogen in the case of ammonia, for example. So there is a lot of efforts to look at decentralized or intensified ammonia production. The modus operandi we have right now with, for example, very integrated, very centralized Haber-Bosch does not fit energy storage, it does not fit decentralized fertilizer production. So having electrified and intensified, and of course dynamic. So dynamic is a key word with hydrogen. Electrolyzer is dynamic. Synthesis later on should also be dynamic. This coincides with managing the smart grids, if this is nexus with them. And of course, there's other ways of electrification, for example, by plasma or induction and so on. And hydrogen, although I'm mostly talking about the industrial use of hydrogen, which I think will be one of the most important early adopters of the technology and of the molecule, of course, hydrogen is going to very diverse sectors. Of course, fuel cells were mentioned, so we know mobility, we know, for example, shipping and aviation being a bit more long-term agenda for various reasons, because of the weight, because of the sustainable aviation fuels, for example, having a more realistic role in the midterm. But there's, for example, the nexusing to the aluminum production sector, yeah, where you can have hydrogen as a way of energy storage, but then you can also have the aluminum oxide, alumina, as the cycle. And of course, also, for example, mining. This is another project that we're implementing, and it's, if one were to be asked, you know, is there any role of hydrogen in mining? Most of the people would not know how, where, or if. But a mine of the future, whereas also having issues like more, let's say, more intelligent and more holistic use of resources, so as not to waste tailings and such. There's also electrification and decarbonization of mining operation in its totality. So I'm also very happy to say that this year was the year where Slovenia, with its co-leading regions, Lombardia and Malopolska, was successful in granting the hydrogen pilot within the Vanguard initiative. So before, of course, Vanguard initiative is an interesting platform to, let's say, promote the technology and promote especially the interregional cooperation. And whereas before, within Vanguard, we were mostly cooperating with pilots such as bioeconomy, 3D printing, and so on. I think it's quite important also from the, let's say, country. Well, we have Eastern, Western Slovenia as a kind of holistic region, but it's important from the country's visibility and its pinning down hydrogen on the European landscape, saying that although within Clean Hydrogen Partnership, we're a kind of laggard when it comes to hydrogen. I think that this is soon, and I hope that this is soon to change, but definitely co-leading this with Malopolska, which has an extreme potential for hydrogen, and Lombardia, which is more advanced in this regard, is something that is, I think, very positive. And now, maybe to answer some of the skeptics, because when I talk to people, it's always about the price of hydrogen, and of course, about, you know, everybody saying, you know, hydrogen cannot be fit everywhere. Of course not. You know, hydrogen, yes, but not necessarily always and not necessarily everywhere. This is clear. And mentioning Steklarna Hrastnik in the beginning, I'm also mentioning now basically being the first innovation fund winner within Slovenia. The presentation of the project was just last week on Friday on the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And I'm mentioning this because, of course, if the direct electrification is more beneficial in terms of energy efficiency, economics, and so on, that's the way it should be. That's the technology that should be adopted. But hydrogen, being a molecule, can play a substantial role in several hard to decarbonize sectors, and where, for example, such a technology cannot be directly implemented. Just then concluding with my personal opinion, well, yes, they call it twin transition. So it's not only about being green, but it's also about digitalization. And this is especially true for hydrogen, because the starting with the renewables and various dynamics that are superimposed by the availability of sun and the wind, the seasons, and of course the storage of the energy after all the smart gridding is done, the understanding how these dynamics will reflect in either electrolysis in the first instance, and then all the sectors that will come if you don't have a sufficient buffering in between, which you can, but it's costly, is a challenge and is, I think, an important part of the green transition and also REPowerEU. So understanding various building blocks of the hydrogen economy and also the renewables from atoms basically to plants or to the economy scale. And this is why I'm promoting this, because this is something that we have been trying to push forward for quite some time now, and quite successfully, I must say. So this, of course, cannot be enabled without a high computing power. And in this case, we are especially grateful for the National Supercomputing Center in Maribor, in Eastern Slovenia, really, let's say, a juggernaut in the field. Well, when it comes to hydrogen, we really have to understand what's happening on the atomistic level, then to the mesoscale, but then, of course, also to the devices and overall economy, techno-economics. And with this, I would like to conclude and really thank you again for having me here.
Najlepša hvala. Thank you very much, Dr. Likozar. Great introduction, actually, in your panel, and which is entitled "The Goals of Hydrogen Strategy," which you will be moderating. And I'm very happy to announce the guests: Mrs. Tina Seršen, State Secretary at Slovenian Ministry of Environment, Climate and Energy. Welcome. Mr. Bart Bibiak, CEO at Clean Hydrogen Partnership. And Mr. Markus Hicken, Director for Energy Diplomacy, Climate and Security at the Federal Foreign Office, who is joining us remotely. Herr Hickel, herzlich willkommen. Great, maybe just the check. Can you hear us?
I can hear you very well. Greetings.
Great, wonderful, please.
Should now, okay, yeah. Well, the next panel should be able to provide a lot of insight on some of the questions, fundamental questions, which most of the people would have when it comes to hydrogen. And I guess the most appropriate thing to do would be maybe to start with brief introductions, if you can, please, a few minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you also to the Chamber and the co-organizer for inviting me. I'm happy to be here among you. I'm the representative of the new so-called Climate Ministry. As the Minister Papic said in the beginning, Slovenia, for the first time in its history, is joining the majority of member states of the European Union in establishing a climate ministry, which means that we are under the same roof, joining together the transport policies, the energy policies, the climate policies, and the environmental policies. Hopefully, we will be able to really now change things in terms of efficiently addressing climate change and also energy security. And hydrogen, of course, is also sort of meeting us as we go along. And I would start by saying that these are really exciting times, I think, for all of us, not just for the policymakers facing the challenges of energy security and climate change, but also for industry and businesses and researchers creating new opportunities, adapting to the new reality and taking action. I guess looking from the perspective of a policymaker, I would start by saying that what we have to first take a look at where we are at the moment in Slovenia when it comes to policies on hydrogen. And then, of course, we have to then establish or agree upon what we need to do to get where we need to go. And let me start by just giving an overview of where we are in terms of policies, at least from the perspective of my climate ministry, and then we can later on discuss on what needs to happen for us to get where we need to get. So what we have in Slovenia in terms of supporting hydrogen is, well, I would say at two levels. We meet hydrogen at two levels at the ministry. One is the strategic documents, the planning, and the second one is project support. And when it comes to strategic decisions, Slovenia has already adopted in 2020 its National Energy and Climate Plan, which has an indicative target for hydrogen by 2030, and that's 10% in the transmission and distribution gas systems. So we already have a guiding strategic decision on what needs to happen when it comes to the blending part of hydrogen development. And the adopted NECP, which is now valid, also guides on the strategic level when it comes to the project support. So it gives a clear guidance. We need to, as a country, as a member state, the policymakers need to support the projects. And that was already reflected. It is being reflected in the legislation that is adopted and the programming of the EU funds. At least at our ministry. We are now aware that, I mean, I'm sure you are aware, and we are preparing the revision of the NECP. So these targets, when it comes to hydrogen, will of course be revised. I expect that they will be significantly upgraded to reflect the recent developments in the EU, and I'm sure that we will expand the measures in the NECP, so we will sort of integrate the strategic level of the state policy making in the newly adopted NECP, which is to be in 1 year time. To this year, we will have the public consultation and environmental assessment. So all these measures and targets affecting the hydrogen development in Slovenia, not just by 2030, but also 2040, will be integrated in the NECP, and that will be our strategic level, and it will be adopted in 1 year's time. When it comes to project support, I guess we have, well, three sort of pillars where we are doing, progressing on addressing the hydrogen project support. First is the EU funds. With the cohesion funds, we plan to support the transformation of excess renewable energy, of course, to other forms of energy, including hydrogen, especially with a specific focus on energy-intensive industry. As it was already established today, this is the sector where we need to support hydrogen development the most. Then we have the Repower EU plan, where we are also focusing quite a lot on decarbonization of industry, and this is where hydrogen again comes into play. And then it's the third one when it comes to the EU funds is the Just Transition Fund. Today it was mentioned several times that we have two coal regions, and we have a large energy location in Šoštanj, and we want to combine the revitalization of this energy location also with the hydrogen projects. The second pillar, what we have is that we just adopted a law a month ago. I'm not sure if everybody's aware of this, but on the 10th of December, there was a law adopted in the parliament that gives ground, that gives legal basis for supporting renewable hydrogen through the available national funding scheme. This is the renewable contribution that is paid by every final consumer to the bill of the electricity and gas that it uses. And it's sort of, it goes to this Center za podpore, to our Borzen, and Borzen will be financing renewable hydrogen projects out of this scheme. And this is already adopted. So we are hoping to have projects coming in soon. And of course, the third pillar is the Renewables Act that was adopted in 2021. Slovenia already adopted, not just within that act, which is primarily focusing, of course, on the renewables, but it also foresees the support for the electrolyzers. As this was a pre-crisis instrument, it goes under the state aid guidelines that were adopted before last year's developments in Europe and worldwide. So that scheme, yes, still has to be approved by the Commission because it goes under the, well, pre-crisis legislation, but it's in the pipeline. So soon it's coming and it will be available. And of course, last but not least, let me congratulate the consortium and all the involved companies in the project of North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley. This has been supported by the government. It's a very successful project. To my information, it will soon be granted a 25 million euro support from the Commission. So hopefully this is something that we can be very proud of, and this will go into realization it's in the pipeline. And it's a first transnational project, 2 national governments, 1 regional government, 34 organizations. So this is something that addresses multiple sectors: energy production, industry, transport, innovation. This is something that we strongly support, and we will continue to support in the coming years together with a relevant organization. I'm sure you will speak more about this. And I can only express this thanks to all the involved partners. And maybe I stop here, and later we can discuss then what yet needs to come or what needs to be done in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's a very good cue for next speaker from the CEO from the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. Maybe if you share a few words and maybe also comment on this last.
Definitely. Yeah. So first of all, thank you for having me, and also thanks to the Chamber of Commerce from Germany and Slovenia to organize this great event. Well timed, I have to say. So first of all, a little bit about ourselves. The Clean Hydrogen Partnership is a public-private partnership between the European Commission and then also the industry. Represented by Hydrogen Europe. It's a trade organization, 470 companies are now there. And also then the other private partners, Hydrogen Europe Research, is 110 universities and research centers. And all together we have set up this partnership. So we are actually, our goal is to fund hydrogen and fuel cells technology projects in order that they accelerate the development in order to come as soon as possible to market maturity. So far, since 2008, we have funded now 330 projects across Europe, some of them in Slovenia. I mean, I think we have 5, 6 kind of, I would say, beneficiaries here in Slovenia, but I agree that it's not enough. I mean, you mentioned that Slovenia was not so active. It's true, but there are worse countries, so don't worry, you're not the only one. So you're doing still good. So we have, so funded 330 projects already. We have spent like 2.5 billion euros since 2008. And the coming 3 to 4 years, we will spend another 2 billion euros in projects. So, and indeed, I'm now allowed officially to announce it. I have discussed it also last night with the Commissioner, and very soon the European Commission, I think at this moment also, will release a statement. So yes, we will fund 9 hydrogen valleys in Europe. We will spend 106 million euro to fund those 9 hydrogen valleys across Europe. And one of the hydrogen valleys, that one, which was actually, by the way, the best hydrogen valley because it got the best score, is actually the North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley. So we will indeed give 25 million euro to this North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley, which is indeed, as I said, a combination between Croatia, Slovenia, and then also Italy, the northern region of Italy. This is the first cross-border hydrogen valley in Europe. And this is quite unique. This is also what our Vice President, Mr. Timmermans, wanted. He said, I want to have a cross-border because we can learn a lot from each other. If hydrogen is traveling from one country to another one, how is the different policies, the regulations, safety? So there's a lot of differences sometimes, and so we want to detect that and address them. So first of all, I would like to congratulate also, Slovenia, but also the other partners. And I think it was mainly two people here who are also in the room. I think Marco from EC and also Alexander from eCubes. I mean, they were here, the driving forces to make it happen. So the 25 million euro that we will put will unlock an investment of 200 million euro in this region. That's enormously, and this is really great. This is private investment that will happen, and this will be used for many, many different things. I mean, it's about, I mean, we heard about the heavy or difficult to decarbonize industries. So the glass industry, power industry, but also cement industry. They will building electrolyzers there. It will be used also in the transportation, I mean, buses and so on. So there's many, many things, that also trains and so on. So, I mean, later you will be able to read all the details. So of course we need now to sign the contract still. So they have won. The next step is now signing the contract with us. Normally by the end of May, that should be done. And then of course it's, I have to say, then it's official. Huh? But normally we always manage to sign all those contracts. So I don't think it will be different here. So we will sure it will work out, but it's still a lot of work. And then, yeah, the real work have to start. Huh? So, but I'm extremely happy. So again, congrats to all of you. You will see the official communication from the commissioner, from European Commission for all the 9 hydrogen valleys. So. But of course, I hope that we can start to discuss, because you mentioned you have this kind of project support. So I still would like to see how we can work together with you in these projects and try to realize these synergies, because this is very important, and especially the Repower EU. Now they are doing a revision of the Repower EU, and I think it's also a good chance now in this revision to put in, for example, hydrogen valleys. I'm discussing that also with other countries. For example, I was in Slovakia last week as well, and they will also put it in this kind of hydrogen valley support in the revision of the Repower EU. Maybe it's something you also can do here in Slovenia. It's a fantastic way to create these synergies, so on. But I mean, I leave it here. I give the word back to the moderator.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for the nice words of congratulations. So the next I would give word to Mr. Hicken. Maybe a brief introduction in a few words.
Yes, thank you, esteemed guests from government, businesses, and the research community, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the German Federal Foreign Office, I'm delighted to share some thoughts on our goals and ambitions of our national hydrogen strategy with you. Well, maybe first back to the basics. Why are we doing all of this? Well, the nexus between the climate and biodiversity crisis, peace and energy security, and the necessity to leave fossil fuels behind has never been more obvious than today. I think COP27 made it clear again, to maintain a 1.5 degree path within reach, we need a joint effort globally. So thus, green hydrogen needs to become a significant part of our energy systems by 2030 and a pillar of cross-border climate neutral energy networks. And we heard already, the benefits are obvious. Green hydrogen and its derivatives as ammonia are key to full decarbonization of those sectors that are hard to electrify, such as steel production, parts of the chemical industry, as well as heavy shipping and aviation. And this is why Germany is currently making bold moves to kick off the transition to produce and import green hydrogen. So what are we doing? Well, the State Secretary mentioned in her introductory words already the Slovenian strategy and announced already that the targets will be soon revised. Same is true for Germany. We have, in comparison to our strategy from 2020, we have already announced to double our ambitions for the domestic production of green hydrogen from 5 gigawatt to 10 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity by 2030. Secondly, we support the ramp up of green hydrogen supply chains outside of Europe, for example, by means of the innovative double auction scheme H2 Global. And as I hinted already, well, in the light of the necessity to speed up the energy transition, both at home here in Germany, but also abroad, we are already in the process of updating our hydrogen, national hydrogen strategy from 2020. And this is to be done literally in the next couple of weeks, maybe max 2 months. And this update will be followed by a specific import strategy. So in our view, for hydrogen to become a central component of our decarbonization strategy, well, we need to take the entire value chain under consideration. You know, we need to look at technologies, production, storage, infrastructure, and use, including logistics, and so on. So the German hydrogen strategy of 2020 presented an action plan, and this action plan had a total of 38 measures for the government to take in the first phase of the market ramp up by 2023, so until the end of this year. So in the second phase, starting next year, the domestic market will be consolidated and European and international dimensions established. So I think we can leave details for the discussion. But the goal for this version 2.0 for the updated strategy remains the same. We want to establish a hydrogen economy with an international signaling effect that Germany wants to become a leading producer of hydrogen technologies on the world market. And at the same time, while the government is determined to facilitate green hydrogen developments internationally together with partners, because international cooperation is key. And I'm also convinced that the new global hydrogen economy must benefit also other countries, also emerging countries and developing countries. So maybe finally, one word, what is the foreign ministry doing in all of this? What is our interest? Well, obviously, in addition to supporting the strategy as a whole, our office, the Foreign Office, aims at broadening the dialogue on the geopolitical implications of this new dawning hydrogen world. And we do this in particular with current exporters of fossil fuels with the so-called H2 Diplo initiative. There are a lot of bilateral and multilateral dialogues about opportunities and challenges, and how will this help to further global energy transformation that is just and conducive to stability. I leave it here for now. Thank you very much for your attention. Glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, if we perhaps continue with the first round of questions, and this is, where in the economy everything starts and ends with, so the price of hydrogen. Is it all about driving down the price of hydrogen by electrolysis, or is it also about innovative business models? I've touched this in my presentation, and I would perhaps like to hear your views on this.
Well, I'm happy to comment on that. Maybe just before I comment on that, I was also to say also thanks, of course, for the government. They supported very much that project, and also it was Janis Blaž, also from the government, that supported from your side. So thanks for that as well. Regarding the cost of hydrogen, of course, the cost of hydrogen will need to go down. It's clear. I mean, today it's still quite expensive, especially if you develop it in small scale. So if you go in a 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt electrolyzer type, I mean, you will never have a business case. No way. It's very difficult. So you really need to go to big scale, and 20 megawatt, 30 megawatt. This is the scale where it starts to become interesting in terms of business models, and that the TCO at the end is good. So what we have predicted is that, and we see it in many, many studies, that by 2030, normally the cost of hydrogen, especially already in Germany, this is also by, I think it was a McKinsey report recently released, 2.4 to 2.7 euro per kilogram is possible in 2030. So with these kind of prices, I mean, if you then would, for example, use it in transport, you're much cheaper than diesel. So basically the market will come from itself. Of course, how do we get there? How do we get there is mainly through scaling up. So you see that now a lot of investments are happening in the electrolyzers factories. So I think today, if we see the total capacity of our are about 1 gigawatt, if it's even 1 gigawatt, to be able to build on a yearly basis. But if you know that with the Repower EU that we need to build 10 million or to produce 10 million tons of hydrogen here locally in Europe, we will need at least 100 gigawatts. So it's not enough. I mean, if every year we use a full capacity, we're at 5, 6, 7 gigawatt in 2030. So they really need to ramp up. So I can see huge investments going in those areas, and we need to do that. Of course, then the price will go down, the capex. But of course, it's not only capex. 80% of the cost of hydrogen is your electricity cost. Capex is, and water and so on is 20% only. So we really need to have access to massively amount of cheap renewable energy. This is cool. And so that's where also we will need to massively invest in renewable energy. So in solar panels, wind farms, and so on. That will be key. So in terms of the business models, yes, you will see different type of business models. I mean, companies that in the past never worked together, suddenly they have to work together. I mean, my previous company, before I joined the commission in this function, I worked at Toyota in the research facility 18 years. I was part of the design team of the Mirai and so on. And at that time, we had to start to work together with Air Liquide, for example. I mean, who would imagine before that? I mean, like a gas company working with a company like a car company. You see, also we have this taxi company in Paris. They have now hundreds of hydrogen taxis driving. It's Air Liquide and Toyota establishing a joint company. So you see these new business models coming, new companies working together, and that's the beauty of hydrogen. So it will not be business as usual. That's crystal clear.
Maybe just to add something from the perspective of a policymaker, of course, what will probably drive the price down is also an appropriate regulatory framework, meaning the appropriate legislation. What we are seeing now in the EU is that we have the so-called gas package in the negotiations. It's well underway. That will enable a systemic development of an independent hydrogen systems and also for blending hydrogen in existing gas pipeline systems. We also have the AFIR regulation, so the alternative fuels infrastructure regulation basically coming to an end, also to be adopted this year, where the hydrogen supply stations are mandatory on the TEN-T network, etc. So this will play an important role, also the legislative framework, the regulatory framework. I would say, though, that from the Slovenian perspective, we do have quite some challenges still, and I will sort of connect to what Bart said. For example, we are not yet achieving our national yearly target on renewables. We are way behind. It's not just that we are slightly behind. We are now progressing with a new law on renewables, for example, but we are basically banging against a strong NIMBY and banana effect when it comes to deploying more renewable electricity production on the floating, for example, the Shostan Lake, on agrivoltaics, on degraded areas. So people are rejecting everything when it comes to wind. People are rejecting quite a lot of things when it comes to solar. So that is a precondition to have really massive electricity production for renewables, being the precondition for hydrogen development. We have to do that one early step still as a country, as Slovenia. So and seeing this, that people are rejecting mature technologies being deployed, rejecting the change of circumstances, the change of environment. I would also relate to what Minister Papic said at the beginning. He said that we need social acceptance of new technologies, and this is something that is all yet to be faced when it comes to hydrogen. So today we are facing rejection of, or sort of, how to say, people are not really accepting more mature technologies. And once we come to hydrogen, I'm sure we need to be ready to face the rejection of public or people when it comes to new technologies. We need to think about that today. Thank you.
Indeed so. I don't think Slovenians were ever on very, we're more on a conservative and safe side. Mr. Hicken, when it comes to Germany, I guess the renewables themselves are not the primary challenge. So what are the strategic things you have in sight when it comes to scaling up or driving the prices down? If you could comment on that vis-a-vis what was said.
Yeah, well, I can basically mirror what the two others just have said. Certainly, we have to bring prices down, and we have to have innovative business models. You need a lot of renewables for that. But I think maybe again, one step back. First of all, in my impression, this hydrogen market is not yet really there, you know. So the very important is that we get this market going in scale, and this is also what our strategy and a lot of the other strategies from other European countries are aiming at. So in our national hydrogen strategy, we'll put 7 billion euros available for the market ramp up of hydrogen technologies within Germany, and roughly 2 billion euros for international partnerships. And this is exactly to help to get this market going. The other point is our government is very much determined to increase renewables in Germany, and I think we have. Apart from the climate reason, the current geopolitical situation tells us that switching over to renewables also has a security policy implication. With a lot of more renewables, we wouldn't have been in the situation where we are now in Germany, but also in the rest of Europe. State Secretary mentioned regulatory frameworks. Obviously, you know, very important to get this right, and in order to get a hydrogen market going. We've done a number of things. For example, electrolyzers production is not part of our EEG or Energiewende charge, and so on. So there are a lot of issues involved here. Thanks.
I would like to react something on what you said, that about yeah, it is difficult to build all the renewables, and it's true, and you're not the only country. I mean, I'm from Belgium, so I can talk about that as well. The NIMBY syndrome is very much alive over there. So, but that's why if you look to the Belgium hydrogen strategy, they focus mainly on import, because Belgium has also a lot of, let's say, industry. So they need hydrogen. It's not, I mean, without hydrogen, they cannot decarbonize. So what they decide is that for all the hydrogen they need, for 100%, 20% they will produce inside Belgium, and 80% they will import. And that is why now already Fluxus, which is basically the gas grid operator in Belgium, is now already investing huge amount of money to upgrade the gas infrastructure to transport 100% pure hydrogen. In Belgium, we don't talk about blending anymore. Blending might work. I mean, it might work. I mean, it will work, but we don't focus really on blending. The main thing we focus is 100% pure hydrogen transport. This is also what Germany is doing. A lot of countries are moving to that direction. So I think what maybe Slovenia could do in your hydrogen strategy is actually looking to quickly upgrade your DSO and TSO networks, so that basically you can hydrogen and bring it to the place where you need it. So I think you should maybe look to the the hydrogen strategy of Belgium as well, because this one is very comparable, I would say, with Slovenia in that we are also not doing so great on renewables, by the way. So we're also a bit behind. So, but I think we are a bit in the same situation. In terms of the, I'd say, social acceptance, I mean, so far in all the projects that we have done and in the past, I never felt really a big kind of, say, opposition of it, because it's not visible, like windmills or solar panels, okay, you know, and also all these cables that are passing, it's visible. It's pollution in the air somehow, you know. And so it's not so, with hydrogen, it's in these pipelines, which are anyway already there, you just refurbish them. So it doesn't really change a lot. So it is much more easier to accept. By the way, hydrogen, we are using it already decades. I mean, so, you know, in Europe, we are using 10 million tons of hydrogen every single year. In 2050, we will need to go to 70 million tons. But it's something that we just know, it's just about scaling it up. So it is easier to have this social acceptance because it's less visible as well, and it less hurts or at least harms or somehow the people. So it's important. Just to come back on the hydrogen strategy, I mean, I was hearing that you will review your NECP, so the National Energy and Climate Plans. In Europe, we have decided to do it differently, and also many countries. We said that actually hydrogen deserves its own strategy. I mean, it was true that at the very beginning in Europe, also they wanted to put it under the NECP. And then our Vice President, Mr. Timmermans, he said, no, it's not the right decision. We should take it out, and it deserves its own proper place and its own strategy. And I will tell you why. The reason is that hydrogen, and you mentioned actually as well, is touching so many domains. It's not only about energy. It's not only about transport. It's not only about climate. It's not only about research. It's about the economy. It's about jobs. So it touches actually all the ministries. And okay, it's also like what the minister said. Where do you put this thing? You know? And so that's why they decided, okay, let's not put it under climate and energy because it's much more than climate and energy. Let's put it actually, give it its own dedicated strategy. This is also what Germany did. This is also what Belgium did. Many countries did it in order to, I'd say, not give it only the sticker of your climate or your energy, and to give it, it's much more wider. And maybe it's something you can consider. I mean, it's up to you, of course, to decide whatever you want. I just give you some, I mean, feedback, what I see happening in other countries, but it could be an interesting idea to look at maybe, I mean.
Yes, thank you, Bart. But that's exactly why it has to be within the NECP, because it is about climate and it is about energy security and it is about research and innovation on energy and climate issue. And it touches upon transport and it touches upon decarbonization of industry. That is why it has to be within the NECP. I understand that several member states have taken perhaps a different route because they were early. They decided to have a strategy before the NECP or just after the NECP. In Slovenia, it doesn't make sense with a small country, with a small economy, with a small state administration, and a community integrating within the preparation of the new climate and energy strategy, which, by the way, has a separate chapter on innovation and also decarbonization of industry. It has to be taken side by side. Even if we would decide for a separate strategy, we would have to take it hand in hand at the same time, because we cannot produce a hydrogen strategy without understanding where we need to go and why we are doing this. We are doing this precisely because we want to decarbonize and we want energy security, less dependence on imported natural gas. That is why we are doing this. So it has to go hand in hand. And it doesn't make sense to have two separate strategies going hand in hand. It has to be integrated with one. The targets, the measures, but what can be done is once we establish a national consensus on how hydrogen will play, what role the hydrogen will play in Slovenian economy when it comes to decarbonization of industry, primarily, I would say, then we can also establish or decide, okay, so these are our targets. This is what we will do. What we can then take it a step further to have an action plan on which projects, what timeline, everything this then can be sort of agreed in a separate document that is somehow deriving or coming out of the NECP, but it's the climate policy, it's the climate strategy. This is why we're doing the hydrogen. So it has to come hand in hand. And I understand that other member states might have the strategy. As said, Slovenia has already put the strategic targets in the valid NECP. Now we just have to renew it, we have to broaden it, we have to say more about how it touches upon our economic interests, because I'm sure this goes back to the competitiveness of the industry at the end of the day. We can't do something that is not supporting our industry's competitiveness. So, and after we have this national sort of agreement, we can then, in action plan or sort of an additional document, we can say, okay, these are the projects, this is the timeline. We can then develop that further.
I think we mean the same thing, because all the member states, of course, have hydrogen in their NECPs, of course, because it contributes to hydrogen. And then you have a separate document that basically tells you how you get there. And I think you're absolutely right. So you have to have this kind of strategy to get to your hydrogen targets that you put in the NECP. So, but happy to support you with that. We did it for many member states, so happy to help you.
Thank you. I think we're all very happy this is happening. Let's say refreshment of the NECP. Maybe really quick answers when it comes to early adopters of hydrogen technologies. Let's think about maybe Slovenian peculiarities, German, and then a kind of European average. Is it industry, energy, mobility, households? What do you think? Maybe starting with the Slovenian context.
As said already several times today, I think it's industry where we have this, where we need to, will be the front runner in this. That's clear, I think.
Maybe going to Germany or ending up.
Well, I couldn't hear you now, but I assume you asked the same question.
Sorry, yeah, the question was about the early adopters or the front runners when it comes to hydrogen use in Germany as a kind of mean average.
Yeah, well, as in terms of where should we use it? Well, we will use it in a wide range, but I would also say we have industry certainly. We have in the hard to abate sectors, because again, it's right, like the state secretary said, we do this to get the climate crisis a little bit better under control. It's transport, where the direct use in areas where the direct use of electricity is not practical or technically not feasible. And it's a little bit also certainly heating, trade, and distribution. So it's a wide, we foresee a wide range of uses. And let me make one point very, very clear. I wish you the best luck to succeed also in Slovenia, because Germany will remain a big energy importer and will be a big importer of preferably green hydrogen.
So actually you have to ask the question a little bit different, because it's about the volumes of hydrogen that you will create. Where will be the majority of the volume be used? Of course, it will be industry. It's clear. Today, the 10 million tons that we are using is in industry. It's in the fertilizer industry. Also then refineries are using a lot. So we first will have to, of course, decarbonize the current hydrogen, the gray hydrogen. 96% is gray. So there's a lot of work there to be done. But at the same time, also, we have extremely severe targets set at European level for the transportation. And when you talk, for example, to, last night, actually, I was talking to one of the biggest logistic transport operator in Europe, thousands of trucks. He said, Bart, I have a problem. I need to decarbonize, and I don't have the technology yet ready. So he wants to go to hydrogen because he knows it's the only way to decarbonize the truck sector, really. So where we will see is that the trucks, the heavy duty, the truck sector, but then also the maritime, for example, because it will not be immediately on pure hydrogen, because there we see a difference. So everything which is inland waterways or port operations will use hydrogen in its purest form, be it gaseous, be it liquid. But when we go intercontinental, there it will use another type. It can be methanol. I guess it will be rather ammonia. There are two opinions. I think the jury is still out there. Which one will be the majority? I mean, we see Merck's going for methanol. We see some others going for ammonia. We will see. But that will be huge also users of hydrogen. I mean, we have the targets. I mean, what is it by 2025? They need to have 30% reduction already. No, 15% reduction in the CO2 for the truck sector, 30% by 2030. So they need this technology, and these will also be huge consumers. What is the difference is that, of course, the volume is much smaller than industry, but the profits that you can make is much bigger, because the hydrogen in industry, I mean, every cent is important. In terms of the transport, there you can make a little bit more margin profits, because if we can by 2030 produce it at 2.4, 2.7 euro per kilo, we can and then transport it to the pump, and maybe that's about €0.5 per each 50 kilometer, more or less, that you need to add on that. So you can go easily at €4, 4.5 cost at the pump, and you can sell it at 5.5, which is cheaper than diesel. So these business models are there, and I think it will go a bit in parallel. So if you say which sector will use first, I would say they will go parallel, but of course in volumes it will be a very, very different number, of course, that's clear. But in terms of starting point, they need both, because otherwise, I mean, the transportation, if you look at the European targets and today how much transportation has been reduced the CO2 is not looking very good, and they are way behind the target. So we need to do something, and people are waiting for hydrogen in that area. So the AFIR, as you mentioned, is extremely important. I know there's a huge debate on the numbers, because the European Parliament has proposed that every 100 kilometers there should be a hydrogen refueling station. Then we have the European Commission said, okay, it should be every 150, and then we have the member states, which goes less ambitious, 200. So I think we need to be ambitious here. I mean, we need to be ambitious. Plus, we have a lot of private investors that are willing to invest in those stations. So I think let's make also with Slovenia, maybe let's make a very ambitious AFIR, because we are so much behind in our targets on transportation. We need an ambitious AFIR.
Okay, thank you. And now maybe with the last really quick round of questions before maybe having some from the public. If you had to choose one, I know it's not grateful, but if you had to choose one R&D challenge, because I'm coming also from the R&D sector, this will be especially difficult for you. If you had to single out one R&D challenge that you think it's really important for debottlenecking of a more broad adoption of hydrogen, what would you choose? Just get to choose one.
Sorry, I'm really not competent to answer that question because I cover energy policy, but I guess regulatory framework from my perspective is something that we need to really fix. And so
yeah, it is important, I think, especially with hydrogen and the economics of it.
Very simple question. Maybe Germany first.
No, I'm sorry, sorry, but I'm certainly also not as competent as you are on that. But if you want a quick answer, make hydrogen technologies an important project of common European interest. So that would best for research and development.
Okay, so going international.
Infrastructure. So we have developed the technology now to produce hydrogen. So we are going now to the 100 megawatt scale of electrolyzers, and very soon you will see the first 0.5 gigawatts coming. Okay, so done. The next thing is the end use applications. Okay, we are still working a bit on the aviation, on the maritime, on the heavy duty side, on the turbines as well. We are working on it, but it will come there. Infrastructure is now what is necessary. We need to connect the production with the end use application. And that means the pipelines. we need to start to refurbishing those pipelines. Storage, as you mentioned in your speech or in your keynote. So we are now starting to make huge demonstrations for underground storage of hydrogen. So we have one project now in France. We just launched our call for proposals, which will ask for a bigger even project. So we want to store the hydrogen in underground salt caverns or empty natural gas fields. And what we see, for example, in the project in France, that the cost to store hydrogen is around 40 cents per kilogram. So that means that all the natural gas that we today store to be able to use it in the winter time, and you know, last summer in August, the peak of the gas was very expensive because everybody wants to fill up their caverns. So in the future, or near future, I hope we will replace that with hydrogen. And then today we see like 40 cents per kilogram it costs. And that cavern is a cavern at the moment in France that can contain 40 terawatt hours of energy. So it's stored by hydrogen. So we need to work more on that, and we will do a lot of research. A lot of money will go to infrastructure. Now is the time. I mean, the infrastructure needs to be put in place in order to get to the hydrogen economy.
Thank you so much. Do we have time for any questions from the audience? How many? Maximum 2. Okay. Dr. Bulc, please.
I have just maybe one quick comment and 2 questions. First, it's great to see that there are a lot of activities happening around hydrogen around here. Then I have the question, basically to summarize all that and focus it, when is Slovenia, as all the countries around, going to receive the national hydrogen strategy? It would be great to have that, as we know that something is circulating around that. That's the first question. And the second thing is really to move hydrogen into industry. I hope that something in the near future, we will recognize in the regulatory framework the hydrogen as the energy source and the energy carrier. Because before that regulatory framework is set, it will be very difficult really to introduce the hydrogen into industry. Thank you.
I give the challenge back to you. We have been asking many stakeholders, what do you need? When you talk about hydrogen strategy, what do you need to be written in that strategy? So please send me an email, specify, and I will make sure that I integrate all this into the upcoming NECP. This was already given to the task of this was already given to the consortium. So far, the new ministry has not been given a clear answer. What do we talk about when we talk about hydrogen strategy? So if we talk about targets, measures, goals, what else is in the NECP? That all goes into NECP. So you have to also understand, preparing a strategy just for the sake of it, it can be a bureaucratic obstacle for you, not for us, because it takes a year, at least a year, to produce such a strategy, to have it environmentally assessed, to have it adopted, to have it publicly consulted. So it takes at least a year to adopt such a strategy. I invite you to consider that the NECP is open, and all the targets that you need, they can be put and integrated inside the NECP. It's the energy and climate story that we are talking about. The hydrogen is that. And if it comes to the projects, we already have legislation in place that supports you. We already have funding in programs in place that support you. We are coming up with public procurement calls this year to support you. As said, we adopted a law to finance the projects. So we did everything to open and support all the projects that are out there in the field, in the industry, everywhere that they can get public funding. And then that's the second. And to finish, it's the third line. Again, we can identify through the NECP process We can identify what needs to be taken forward in a specific action plan that needs to develop areas or how to say, focuses and when it comes to hydrogen development in Slovenia. We will, by that time, we will already have the gas package closed at the EU level and have it transposed in the national legislation. So we will have the framework, and then we can work on the specific outlines that is needed for industry, for companies. Please just give us your feedback, your input, and I will make personally sure that it's integrated in the NECP. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Marinček. So it could be a kind of white paper developed in parallel to the NECP, which is then adopted in terms of implementation, for example. Yep.
When one starts talking about strategy, one has to be clear about objectives. Now, concerning objectives, there are two, which can be synchronized or conflicting, partly conflicting. One is objective in terms of research and innovation in this territory, Slovenian territory, and the other one is building carbon-free infrastructure. These two objectives can be in synergy, but also to a certain extent conflicting. Where do you think the strategy should go?
Could you give an example of the conflict that could be played?
Well, we can, of course, acquire modern carbon-free infrastructure, buying it from external suppliers. But we can, on the other side, develop part of this infrastructure solutions within our research and innovation cycle. So what will be the objective or the focus of the national strategy?
So it's about developing components of building blocks of hydrogen economy in Slovenia, as opposed to integrating the commercialized one already. Is that a part of the strategy?
Not the NECP, but I guess that's the industrial strategy probably. So this is in the competence of Ministry of Economy. It probably looks at the industrial sector in Slovenia, and it gives sort of priorities on which sectors develop when it comes to production of products. Sorry, it's not in the competence of my ministry.
Maybe I would like to comment on that. I mean, I think when you make a strategy, I mean, we see that's happening also in other countries. They are looking to what are their strengths in their country. So which are the companies that we have in our country, which are the research centers that we have, and where they are good at. Because we should not make the mistake that we would like to try to do everything what, for example, Germany is doing. I mean, you cannot, you're a small country. So you cannot do exactly the same thing. So try to find your uniqueness, your DNA, and then try in your strategy to put there also the necessary funds. Because hydrogen, I'm sorry again, is not only about climate. It is also about creating jobs and a new economy. We have calculated that we will generate by 2050 5.4 million jobs in the European Union. 5.4 million. So where they will go, that's up to every national government and regional government to decide. Because if they put in policies that are creating jobs and that are attracting investments in their region, that's where the jobs will create it. And that's why the Hydrogen Valley is so important also. I tell you the story what happens, for example, in North Netherlands. There are companies now from US investing in North Netherlands. And you say, why the hell is somebody investing in the North Netherlands? You can almost not reach it, you know? And so, you know why they do it? Because they know that whatever money they will put in hydrogen, in investment, in research or whatever, it is supported by the government. And that's why they go, because it creates a solid base and a certain trust And that is why a hydrogen strategy is so important. So look at your companies, look at your strengths, then decide, this we do here, this we will support with research, and this one, yes, we will buy it from somewhere else. Because if you all want to develop by yourself, you will be way behind. So the economy is moving, the train is gone, so decide on that you want to go on the train and you buy the things that you're not strong at, and you focus on the things that you're good at. That would be my advice.
But again, just to add, Bart, that is why it's so important that you have strategies inlined at the state level. We have an industrial strategy, and that industrial strategy has to say what we will produce at home and what not, because hydrogen is just one piece in a mosaic, yeah? And we have all other stories when it comes to production at home, and it's the same with the research. We have one research strategy. That research strategy has to say what our research institutes will be doing and what they will be, what they will get public funding for. So it's having aligned all the strategies of a state. It's really important.
Exactly.
Okay,
And that's the
thank you very much.
Maybe I
Sorry,
just would like
I'm
to make.
jumping in.
Yeah, but this is exactly what is the most difficult one, is aligning horizontal all the strategies of the different ministries, because there's all kind of kingdoms, let's be very honest. Each ministry, they would like to decide by themselves. And that's why a hydrogen strategy or an action plan, like you call it, is helping to align all of this.
Just one paper that you put in the drawer, because everybody then follows its own strategy. That's why it's important that you have the primary strategy integrating hydrogen and not a hydrogen strategy separated from all other strategies. But I accept that we disagree.
Thank you very much for this fruitful discussion to all of you. Greetings, Mr. Hicken, to Germany. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to continue, of course, at the coffee breaks in 15 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, dear ladies and gentlemen. In the second part of Slovenian-German Hydrogen Day, accelerating the use of fuel cell technologies in early market applications helps build a domestic manufacturing and supplier base, and it's my pleasure to announce the next discussion, overviews over best practices from Slovenia and Germany. As panel moderator, I kindly invite to the stage Mr. Sašo Brus, CEO and co-founder of RAN Solutions, and welcoming Mr. Andreas Maja, Head of Vehicle Technology and overall project manager for the introduction of hydrogen buses at Wuppertaler Stadtwerke, and Mr. Tilan Sever, Director of Development Technology and Innovation Sector at Steklarna Hrastnik, who are joining us remotely. So, yeah, we are starting with the best practice from company Wuppertaler Stadtwerke. Mr. Mayer, circularity is a new paradigm, and hydrogen has proven to show promising cleaner fuel use. So already in 2020, your company has put the first hydrogen-powered buses on the streets of Wuppertal city. The buses use hydrogen gas produced locally, and the hydrogen filling station is located nearby your plant. So can you tell us more, and also how this emission-free project turned out during this time?
Yes. First of all, hello all. Best wishes from Wuppertal. I'm very happy to give some information about our project, and that's the opportunity to take part in the meeting and the conference. So, at least, we implemented the H2W project, and W stands for Wuppertal, a city in west of Germany with 250 inhabitants. We implement this project with 1 megawatt electrolyzer, and at the first time was 10 buses. And the electrolyzer was gets the energy from the waste energy plant. That was the first step. Why we do so is that we first check what is the best solution in the mobility. We compare the battery system to a hydrogen system, And in the early stage of the project, we also discussed together with our colleagues from the energy sector, what are the aims for the future. And this is 10 years ago. 10 years ago, we started the project with this basic thinking about the problems to realize or what we have to realize in both sectors, energy sector, was decided to step out from coal and nuclear power and get or step into the renewables. We identify as the same challenge to realize flexibility in the case that we need flexibility and storage of energy in the energy sector, and also we have to decarbonize the mobility. And I say we have compared two systems, and we see in combination from energy sector and mobility sector that hydrogen is the best solution for our area. So, and as a last step, cross-border the sectors, we saw that it is possible to use the waste energy plant to produce the energy. We bring it into the electrolyzer and produce the hydrogen for the mobility. In the waste energy plant, we have 52% green waste. So at least we produce green energy, and at the end of the chain, we produce also green hydrogen. That was also an aim we give us that it must be green in the whole chain from the energy production to the wheel of the bus. Yes, we are the storage. We bring it into the public transport. We first have 10 buses. Now we operate 20 buses with this plant. Yes, we are very happy to find a solution that we produce hydrogen in the valleys of the electricity market. As electricity is available and cheap, and to sell the electricity that we produce at the high waste energy plant to the spot market when we have peak loads at the periods. So that has both two effects. At one hand, we can produce cheap hydrogen, and at the other hand, we have a reunification of the grid. So that's that's the basic information about the project. I was listening to the discussion before, and yes, I don't start here to be the focal, but we have what he did in this micro project, and it was really a micro project with 1 megawatt electrolyzer, that we have a good overview about prices, about hydrogen prices at the nozzle to the bus when we talk about mobility. And we have forecasts, we have fundamental processes that we see what happened in the next 10 years when we talk about decentralized electrolyzers, decentralized production of hydrogen in Germany. And when we talk about prices, and also from 2 or 4 euros in this range, it's not realistic. We started the project 10 years ago, and at that time we have energy costs. And let me mention, hydrogen is not a fuel; it's a storage of energy. And so we have a direct connection to the energy prices. When we start 10 years ago, we have 40 euros per megawatt in Germany at the spot market. Now, last year, we saw peaks from 1,000 euro per megawatt. And so it's when we see the forecast, we expected in 2025 a reduction of the energy prices in a big spread in comparison to today, that we fall down to 120, 140 euros per megawatt in average. But also with this price in electricity market, we have a price fitting from approximately 10 euros at the nozzle, because they have logistic costs, they have add-on costs, we have capex. That's our expectations for the future, that we have prices at the nozzle from 10 euros. Or we can import ammonia and these things. And I know that Port of Rotterdam make big steps forward to that technology. And we have solutions for our grid. That's all things, legal things that are not clarified right now. But then in best case, we can fall down to 4 euros or something like this. But this is, yeah, we can hope that it will run in this form. What we can calculate, what our knowledge today is that we fall down to 10 euros, and it means fall down because in the moment we have higher prices for the hydrogen as an also to refuel buses.
Thank you very much. Maybe to go a bit broader, your company also has set up the project Hydrogen for Wuppertal, which is based on the idea of bringing together the strengths of the individual sectors. So under the umbrella of the municipal utility, you generate energy in the waste-to-energy plant and store it in hydrogen. Which sectors have you brought together in this project? And can you also share some practical experience, facts and figures accordingly?
Yes, we have the WSW, it's a local utility. We have all sectors under one roof. That means energy sector, energy and water sector, waste to energy plant and waste sector, as well as the mobile sector. The strange is that we have a lot of knowledge in the energy sector, how the energy market runs. We can give forward forecast for the next 3 days what the price is setting. We also know how many energy will be used in the vehicles, and so we bring it together and optimize the whole system, energy production and the mobility, how long the turnarounds are that we on which the buses are going. This is at one hand. At the other hand, we have the waste energy plant, where we have on one hand the distributed heat, and at the other hand we produce energy. And so that's what I want to describe, is that we manage this in a perfect form to bring down the prices, that we only produce hydrogen when we have a maximum level of energy costs, and therefore we can say when we don't want to pay more than approximately 8 to 9 euros per kilogram hydrogen, then we step out of production and bring the vehicles on smaller turnarounds. And so that's a combination of all things that we bring together to optimize the system and to have a comparisons from the prices from a hydrogen bus in operation to a combustion engine.
Thank you very much for now, Mr. Meyer. We will continue with the second best practice, also from Germany. Mr. Bruce, here with us. RIN Solutions is active in German local utility market with a lighthouse solution deployed in Stadtwerke Wundiesel. Can you describe the landscape? What are the needs and challenges of such a utility? Where does the hydrogen come into play?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we heard a few things already from the previous presentation. So maybe just a few words what Stadtwerk is, because of course German colleagues know that very well, but for Slovenia not so much, I guess. It's a local utility that combines supply of energy of all sorts. So it's from electricity, gas, to heating, but also water, the water cleaning facilities and things like that, even internet in some cases. So this is a complex local utility, which is also, by the way, responsible for all the grids that they transfer energy through. So this creates a challenging problem when you start thinking about how to really optimize this system in all dimensions there are. So particularly for our case in Wunsiedel, their goal is to be 100% self-sufficient with locally produced renewables. That means that they have additional challenges to the ones I just described. By being self-sufficient, that means they are responsible also for local balancing, of course, for congestion management in all the grids, And since they are only owning part of the assets that produce electricity and other energy, they also have to include other vendors into this mix. So this creates an interesting challenge that cannot be tackled manually. And this is where our story comes into play. This requires a sophisticated software for managing such a grid.
And your software solution, Aurora, performs techno-socio-economic optimization in an automated way, considering several energy vectors such as heat, gas, hydrogen at the same time. So what is the goal of such optimization and how does it help your customers?
Well, the goals can be different, and by definition, they are different. They have different topologies, I mean, local players, Stadtwerk, if you will. So we try to divide them into so-called use cases. And those use cases can be, of course, combined. For example, the case, again, we have the lighthouse we have in Wunsiedel. The same system is used for local optimization of the local production of the energy, and we will come to hydrogen later. The same system is used also, colleagues for Germany will know this, for redispatch purposes. So we have now this redispatch 2 scheme in Germany. The same assets, the same system combined can be also used for such purposes. So this is how the system is structured. But in essence, it estimates all the possibilities that certain asset can deliver in the short term and a little bit longer term future, and creates a scenario where these 3 dimensions, techno, socio, and economic perspectives are met. And of course, the stakeholders are rewarded in all 3 dimensions, basically.
And your solutions work bottom up with several levels structured into vertically nested systems. So what does it mean and why this approach is better than top-down regulation?
Yeah, well, in vertically nested structure, what it means in essence, each level of the system, and I will explain what that means, is responsible and allowed to optimize itself. That means that they have on each level, for example, on one level can be an individual factory, or can be a village, or can be a whole town, or the whole region, or the whole country. These are, for example, just the levels here. Each level is responsible for optimization in multi-dimensional world. That means that they try to achieve first local optimum and then combine it with the next level through some automation. Since we have an example later on from Glass Factory, I can maybe try to think up one example that would fit here. For example, in Glass Factory, and of course, colleague will either confirm or deny this, you will have a primary process, which is glass production. You will have a secondary process or secondary processes. You will have in the near future, you will have local electrolyzer. You will have, I don't know, battery. You will have PV on the roof. You have PV on the roof. You have some electric vehicles. You could, in fact, aggregate. This is now the term that is used quite widely. Different assets. For example, you could have you could participate in aggregate of batteries or in aggregate of PVs, and you could be rewarded for that through certain schemes. But that does not necessarily mean that this is an optimal way of doing it for this particular industry, for the glass factory. So our approach in vertically nested system, this is locally optimized first and only then offered as a whole, following the constraints from the local system to the next level. And of course, this brings, first of all, it brings higher benefits, but more importantly, it brings benefits for all stakeholders. So this is in essence.
And the round-trip efficiency of the power-to-gas to power hydrogen system is considered rather low. Does your technology contributing to improving that bottleneck?
Yeah, well, we heard in the presentation from Dr. Likas, we heard a few points on that as well. So I guess the efficiency of all the components in the hydrogen, let's say, value chain will improve, but not, well, let's say not drastically. So we have to find a way to utilize the efficiencies that we have in a smart way in order to make it, well, economical. So I can maybe just briefly describe the landscape that we operate in Wunsiedel, because as I heard, okay, I will return to this later. So what we have a local renewable production. We have, I don't know, 15 megawatt of wind, we have 16 megawatt of PV, about the same production from cogeneration power plants. All of that is produced in the region of Wunsiedel. Combining that with a grid battery, and now I think it's 9 megawatt electrolyzer, we can really exploit every second of the operation of those renewable assets, produce local hydrogen. And then what do we do with that hydrogen? The hydrogen is used, first of all, the bulk of the hydrogen is used in renewable CHP production, where it again generates heat and electricity. Out of the heat, we produce wooden pellets, which are then considered as a seasonal storage for the distributed, dislocated satellite power plants, CHPs again, producing electricity and heat for the local villages. The surplus of the heat, and also combined with oxygen, is utilized by the local sewage treatment plant, so nothing from this electrolyzer goes into waste. So it's fully exploited, so we can reach really, really high percentages of efficiency, all through smart operation of the overall distributed system.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce, for your insight into your best practice. And the third one is coming from Steklarna Hrastnik, as already mentioned today, hydrogen pioneer in Slovenia. Steklarna Hrastnik, Mr. Tilan Sever, greetings to Hrastnik. Hi, has been paving a path in the production of sustainable glass packaging using green hydrogen and recycled glass. So you wanted to demonstrate that with the carbon neutral bottle product, the transition to carbon neutrality is already possible today. So can you describe the role that hydrogen plays in this process?
Yes, hello from my side. Thank you for the invitation. So what we wanted to do actually with this carbon neutral bottle is to prove that there are business models and green products produced with renewable hydrogen that can be interesting for the market. So let's say this is like an additional asset to the hydrogen transformation, which will enable faster penetration of hydrogen on the market. But of course, technically wise, hydrogen was needed to replace the natural gas, which is actually the non-renewable fossil fuel, which is used on most of the glass furnaces in general. So hydrogen actually replaced the natural gas. And by using also the recycled glass, we managed to also bring this process emission to zero, because in the glass production, we have two important parts of emission. So one is coming from combustion, namely natural gas, and the other part is coming from the process emission. It is not so significant as is for the natural gas, but still quite important. So this process emission was mitigated with recycled gas. What maybe is to emphasize that this was a pilot scale demonstration, and just to, let's say, develop the technology needed for the hydrogen glass melting, which is not quite trivial. We did a lot of testing, a lot of different experiments with combustion and so on, because the combustion process with hydrogen, especially at very high amounts, are quite different from the normal natural gas combustion. And this different combustion also impacts the product itself. So it was quite important to actually be sure that it is possible to utilize hydrogen for the glass melting. So this was regarding this project.
Thank you. And just recently, Steklarna Hrastnik proudly announced participation within the largest European hydrogen project in the glass industry. Congratulations. The project includes 23 partners from different glass sectors. And what are the activities to be carried out in Slovenia?
Yes, so this project is actually the continuation of our pilot activities. So it is about utilizing hydrogen not on the pilot scale, but on real commercial furnaces, so industrial scale of, let's say, a few hundred tons per day of glass. And the role of Steklarna Hrastnik is quite important in this project. So we are leading the work package for hydrogen technology solutions, and also having 2 demo sites in the project. So basically we will transform oxy-fuel technology to hydrogen. We aim to use up to 100% hydrogen in production. And also the second demo site, which is end-port regenerative furnace, which will be also transformed to 100% hydrogen. Of course, there will be a few challenges, but the end goal is to actually prove that utilization of hydrogen is possible on the commercial furnaces for the commercial campaigns without significantly impacting the glass quality, the efficiency, or any other part of the process. But regarding the supply of hydrogen, the supply will be from electrolyzer unit and also by hydrogen vehicles. So we will combine two sources of hydrogen to have enough hydrogen for the demonstration.
And thank you. Within the above mentioned project, are there any plans to incorporate the use of green hydrogen in the hybrid and fired regenerative furnace technology being demonstrated in the beer project? And if yes, how you will use this further contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the glass sector?
Yes, so this is beer projects is actually about the other part of our decarbonization activities is actually about using higher shares of electricity to decarbonize the glass production. Electricity, if you use it on a furnace, it is much more efficient than hydrogen, but of course it has its limitations, as well as for the hydrogen, which is, for example, extremely easy or quite easy to retrofit on the existing furnaces, but it has other issues. So by combining these two technologies, we believe that this will be the path for the future, because with this green transformation, we are quite in the, let's say, uncertainty, and we don't know actually what this green transformation means for energy intensive industry. So how industry is responding, especially Stiklana Hrastnik, is to develop hybrid technologies that will enable optimize production, so economically wise, sustainability wise, and so on. So by combining electrification and hydrogen, we believe that we can be more flexible, more sustainable, and this will be probably the path for the transition towards the carbon neutrality.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sever. Thank you very much, dear gentlemen. Audience, do we have maybe a question from you? Okay, yes. German-Slovene Chamber of Commerce President, just bring the microphone on. Thank you so much. First row.
So I have a question to you, Mr. Bruce. As both of us know, Wunsiedel is a small town in Bavaria, and we were talking about hesitance of people, of population against renewables, against these new ways of energy. Could you maybe describe how is the acceptance in Wunsiedel with regard to your project? Is everybody in, or did you have to overcome obstacles or opposition? Oh, how did you do it?
Okay, I can try, but it's a complex story that hasn't started yesterday. In fact, we've been collaborating since, I think, 2016, where at that time nobody was talking about such a grid operation on local level, and again, Wunsiedel was a front runner. What we did then, together with some local partners, was we organized a workshop, monthly workshop there, where actually people came, and we tried to gather their ideas as well. So it was a growing story. It doesn't necessarily mean that we know everything top down. So people participated. They were involved in this process. They were there were some pictures I could show where they actually constructed their vision of the energy system for the future. So it was quite an interesting event to be present. So out of that, even though of course this does not necessarily go directly to technology, but they felt part of this. And as you know, this is a small town. This word goes around. I was there. I was contributing to that. So that quite, I would say it contributed quite well to the acceptance of the people, because it might be additionally relevant also for Slovenia, I would say. The region there has a lot of wind generation. As I said, 1/3 of generation roughly is from wind, and the people accepted that as well, which is something that, for example, Slovenians have hard time accepting to even build one wind farm. So this is the approach bottom up through the local communities, through the through this approach of the whole approach of Stadtwerk as well, because this is municipal owned and operated utility, and this is how the people there, especially in northern Bavaria, feel about this.
Any other burning issue? Yes, we have.
A question to Mr. Meyer. When it came to the introduction of fuel cell buses in Wuppertal, did you have something of a make or break criteria, especially when you compare it to battery electric buses? And could you maybe share some insights about running hydrogen fueled buses in Wuppertal that might not be on our radar?
Yes, for sure. We calculate both. Calculate what does the cost of hydrogen buses, and as well as the infrastructure is a very important thing in comparison to battery buses. The point is that we have in Wuppertal, it's a hilly area, so we need for a 12-meter bus 1.7 kilowatt hours per kilometer. And for an articulated buses, we need nearly 3 kilowatt hours per kilometers. And therefore, when we replace the combustion engines one per one to another technology, hydrogen is the better way to do it, we think. On the other hand, it's for us really a cross-border sector decision. I think it's what vehicle we use is not a question. The question is what energy is at what time available and the cost of the energy at that time. And to decouple the refueling of a bus from the energy usage, that's the main point for us, and it overcompensates the efficiency of the drivetrain. We have a lot of discussion about battery with double efficiency because one process less to hydrogen. But we see it in the whole range of things, starting with energy production up to the bus, and therefore we decide that hydrogen is the best solution, and directly to the vehicle. We have a one-to-one replacement from the combustion engine. How does it run? Yes, it's not on a technical readiness level of 10, for when I'm being honest. We have smaller problems. We have to bring updates in the vehicle. In the second tranche, 10 buses, we have approximately 20 to 30 updates that realize a good connection to battery and fuel cell. We have a lot of smaller problems. We are not in a process that we get an industrial product plug and play like with a combustion engine from a volume OEM in Germany. We are in an upscaling process, and when you step into such a process, you must accept that there are some challenges and you have to solve problems. That's the honest thing I can say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meyer. With these thoughts, I would like to conclude the panel on best practices on hydrogen. Dear panelists, thank you for inspired and provoked us at the same time with your best practices. Thank you very much. The heart of the matter is also that developing the European hydrogen economy creates new economic opportunities and therefore increases the European Union's competitiveness. Bless you. So what's in there for companies? Mr. Gorazd Ažman, Assistant Director of the Strategic Innovation Department at ELES, will discover with his panelists. Mrs. Petra Blaj, CEO at Anton Blaj, Mr. Marko Bahor, please join. Mr. Marko Bahor, Executive Director for Development and Investments at Holding Slovenske Elektrarne, Mr. Tomaž Bizjak, Co-founder and Managing Director at Recatalist, Mr. Marko Ilešić, Advisor for Economic Sector Manager at Plinovodi, Dr. Zoran Marinšek, Head of the Competence Center for Advanced Control Technologies, and Mr. Gert Jarks, Head of Business Development, Hydrogen at EWE Gasspeicher GmbH. Please.
Yes, thank you all. Quite interesting discussion so far, and thanks to organizers putting together such a great panel. We will have a chance to see or discuss the topic from different angles. Let me first start with a project that was mentioned today already. So North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley. And maybe Marko, you can explain a bit about the project. It's still an early stage, you are discussing finalizing grant agreement, but still a lot of work was done during last summer, a lot of coordination between not only several partners, but 3 countries, 3 different regions that also follow different approaches on the particular topic.
Okay, so thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your questions, Gorazd. Okay, something has been already said regarding this project. Of course, this is the big project, and we have gathered together 34 partners from the regions. That means Slovenia, Croatia, and Furlanija Julijska Krajina, so Italy. It was very challenging preparation during the summer. There was a mixed team of Slovenian Italian team who has prepared the application. And of course, we have done this through the month of August, which is known as a holiday time in Italy. So it was very challenging, but at the end we have succeeded. So the due date was the 20th of September. And when we have submitted the application, we have been at the end sure that we have gathered a strong partnership, and we have proposed a good project to the, and according to the result which we have got, so we have got approval that this is true. So, and yes, this is the beginning of the big project, beginning of the important and big work which has to be done in the next 72 months after the signature of the agreement. So yes, I also, as a representative of the leading partner of that project, I would wish a success to our project, and I'm looking forward for the good results which can be shared with the audience in the next period of time.
What was the main motivation that Holding Slovenske Elektrarne stepped forward and decided to coordinate? Because it happened during the consortium preparation, what was the main motivation behind it?
So, as I heard before, Mr. Bart Bajbek, the 80% of the hydrogen is electricity, electrical energy, and the company HSC as one of 2 Slovenian pillars. We are producing today more than half of, roughly 65% of the Slovenian electrical energy, and more than half of that is from the renewable sources already. And we have in our project pipeline a lot of projects in the field of renewables, and we have seen at that time that we can contribute to this project and development of the hydrogen in the region. And of course, hydrogen is also important as a energy transformation vector for any kind of processes. And this is where we see the importance of such a project, and those are the reasons why we have jumped into this project.
Good, thank you. So we heard today from several presenters how important it is to build the hydrogen economy itself. So between countries, we heard the plans of Germany's that they are supporting. So to develop also imports of hydrogen. Let's say this is all top level and big stories. But Mr. Marinchuk, you were involved in projects where you tackled, prosumers. So the same or similar discussion on a level of prosumer or small communities. How will this coexist, or how important is this part, to set some end usage stories to support the big economy development of hydrogen?
Thank you. Well, first we have to. Thank you. First, we have to say a few words. What is really local energy community? And it's important to properly position it. It is a vertically nested subsystem in the energy supply system. It has full responsibility for its own operation, so it can optimize itself. It has objectives. Now, this implies that within an energy community, that there is a social component involved. So there is shared values and objectives by those that constitute this community, which generates spin-out effects in terms of innovation and capital investment of companies, inhabitants that inhabit this area. So this is important. And there is a third observation tied to that, and that is such a system, if it is a subsystem, it has to be run by somebody. And we heard today there are different models, of course, for running. One can be, communal operation. One is like Stadtwerke. There are probably other business models that are possible. So these are three ingredients which, of course, open the door for hydrogen. Now, hydrogen in this subsystem plays an important role, and that is providing the balance between consumption and production. And it can do that, okay, together with batteries, which are really mostly short-term. It can address medium-term disbalance, but also seasonal disbalance. So this is an important ingredient, a building block in such an energy community. And of course, that, depending on the community, it can be placed on the community level, on the subsystem level, and also on the level of different prosumers. Prosumers are, of course, can be companies, but also, tertiary buildings, hospitals, other types of buildings, even residential buildings. That's also important to position the systems that are deployed there. What kind of systems are relevant or can be put into such a community and provide an optimum solution? And that's certainly systems that are integrated. So we're talking here not about hydrogen as end product, but we're talking about hydrogen-based systems. And these systems can and will involve all processes where hydrogen is involved in connection with local production of renewables.
But what were the main learnings, when you were running a project? What did you learn? How was technology accepted? What were the new insights on how prosumer can offer its services to the upper markets, because we know that we are trying to develop hydrogen market, and we understand or gain understanding during last year that both power, both gas markets were not operated or working as optimally as we were expecting after several years of development, you know. And one of the things that was missing was this flexibility coming from consumption. You know, what were the learnings from that point of view?
Of course, this is a process that is picking up, but the essential motivation here is really techno-economical optimization. So all that let's say, persons, legal or physical, that participate have to see some remuneration. So that's part of the business model. This is tied, of course, to exploitation of new technologies in flexibility trading. Now, we all know that energy does not have one price. It is structured according to the, well, let's say, time intervals of use, and of course you can have baseload price where the production unit runs, I don't know, 86,000, well, all the year round. But on the other side, you have peak stations which are focused to cater to congestion management and grid balancing. Now, local energy community has to take care of this part first, because you should not compete with baseload suppliers of either, I would say, electricity or any other energy vector, but, or for this matter, hydrogen for, well, pumping stations. So the focus is supported by technology in automated flexibility trading. Energy community has to, well, first of all, share the available resources on RES and storage and consumption within the community, but what is not there, it can trade externally, and that's done automatically. So it can either purchase or sell.
Okay, so by making it simpler, you enable that also this flexibility from the bottom is coming up to the wholesale market. Okay. Now it will be a bit tougher, you know, to jump from these topics, but we have three colleagues that I'll try to arrange the order to generate some flow. I will start with you, Ms. Blay, and things that you do and produce within your company are already running in hydrogen engines. But I would rather focus on one particular thing, and this is how important is your own R&D, that you're able to be, you know, the front runner, you know, or to be there at when the things start.
Thank you. Thank you for invitation. Having me here. To answer on your question, Goras, I would like to short present the company, and then we would better understand why. So in our company, we are producing special fasteners, boards that fasten engines, ship engines, generators, and also the nuclear waste containers that needs to keep the nuclear waste up to 8 years. We have the privilege to work with the producers, the bigger one, Rolls-Royce, Wärtsilä, Yamaha, Caterpillar, and we are a middle-sized family company here in Slovenia, recognized as developer and producer of bolts, but 96 of our turnovers or sales is made in Europe, so in Austria and Germany. And you know, my father always said when he started in 1966, I want to have a great employees if I want to be competitive on a global market, in international market. And that was always the culture in our company. That's why our engineers are in that time get used to have those competencies of curiosity, of solving the problems, and also to have a big ear to cooperate with the technicians from R&D, from our clients, that we can catch at the beginning the opportunity. But I have to add something additionally, what brings us in front of all of our competitors that are European-wide, our sustainable contribution. Sustainability for us, new word, but we have worked like that since beginning for 55 years. So I remember when I was a child, I always looked my father, he was always on projects, putting the needs of clients first, and just in fact of that, and just get this mission then further. And that was, these are the points that today we are on the international market, but at home we are a local company, and this development of R&D and production, where really this development and additional, they're always, you try and then also change, and this strong cooperation with R&D with our clients put us in front of others.
Thank you. Tomasz, a startup company. So how big of opportunity is to be living in the times that you have some understanding on the topic on the one side, and that so many things are changing?
Well, first of all, thank you for this invitation. It's really nice that startups have a place in such conversations, because essentially the question that you asked, how big is the opportunity? Well, this is also the question that we are daily tackling, because we don't know. It's emerging economy. And we know that there's the challenges, but there's great benefits in terms of economy, but also societal and environmental aspects. So I will go by the same strategy to say just a few words about the company and then kind of explain. So we are a spin-out from the National Institute of Chemistry. Usually startup means that you are fragile, young, but essentially our innovations are based on about a decade of work of one of the departments, specifically the second co-founder, Mattia Gatalo. We established this company because we saw the opportunity. For an example, General Motors and Toyota, two of the strongest in transport industry regarding the fuel cells, said that platinum alloy catalyst, which is the product that we do, is something of the next generation, that's something that the transport sector would need. So catalyst is essentially the key component of each fuel cell. It looks like a black powder, but it creates the reaction when you mix hydrogen and oxygen from air, and the source, the result is the green electricity, and the only byproduct is water. So why is this important? We talked before about the opportunities, and that the only way to grab the economic opportunities to scale up. But then you also have certain issues. So when you're scaling up, for an instance, Hyundai set a target, 500,000 fuel cell systems per year. This would mean that they would need about 28 tons of platinum, which is the key component of the catalyst, per year. And this is a lot. And our company has the technology that reduces the amount of platinum for 40%, meaning 11 tons platinum less on yearly production cycle, which is hundreds of millions of euros that these companies can essentially spare. So yeah, so the opportunities are definitely there for startup companies, but more important is the role that we have. And our role is to take the risk and de-risk it so that we'll be sure that the hydrogen economy is a viable option and that we can achieve it. We're just one of the startups working on this. We have other startups, for an example, waste to hydrogen, which is actually taking waste and extracting hydrogen from there, depending on the fixed feedstock, but 1 kilo would be about $5. So everything is just showing the viability of this economy and that we can take to, further. Just to kind of conclude, yeah, we are currently, as a startup, we're already doing, let's say, validations of our product in 5 of G7 economies, which gives me a lot of comfort on one hand, because it means that the whole world is now implemented in the development of the hydrogen economy. And this is the difference from past attempts when fuel cells just kind of didn't get the market. Now it's the whole world in this game, and a lot of money is getting in. And I'm sure that because of the money will be leveraged to get the economic benefits from respect of jobs, but also the environmental, and just make it viable.
I couldn't agree more. You know, we are a couple of months shy from, I think 6 years ago, I think the same room, hydrogen event, totally different energy was felt. You know, a lot of skepticism and so on. And today, many people were not able to attend in person, but are with us online. So it's a lot has changed in the meantime. So would you say that it's from your point of view, a long-term cooperation with industry, something that is keeping you going, and how you see that's what Minister Papic explained in the morning could help other startups in Slovenia, you know, with supporting innovation through the agency. So what he was presenting in the morning.
Well, in terms of the industry and collaboration, the automotive industry was until recently very closed and slow, but it is now changing quite quickly. On the component level, we still notice that the industry is quite closed, but I feel that we need to go with the open innovation. We need to go through collaboration, because this is the only way how to kind of grab good results that are on the top, that can be achieved only through collaboration. Low-hanging fruits are usually already taken. The challenges need to be tackled above that. So we see, let's say, in the last 6 months that a lot of big industry is grabbing for innovations, looking in the value chain, how to expedite, how to improve their final products. So this is a good sign. And because we get these queries for validations, it's a green light for us. The market is clearly looking for solutions. And in terms of what Minister mentioned, innovations and support for innovating is a must in any country. Slovenia is still quite at the start of doing the technology transfer. It is still not a knowledge-based society, unfortunately, so which means that we will need to invest a lot more into communicating the hydrogen fuel cell technology, because you don't want to have a pushback once you're trying to go forward with the technology. And essentially, there is need for all the stakeholders to work together to bring according to the timing. So we need to be aligned to bring these solutions all together. Otherwise, we're just waiting on each other and it just doesn't working out.
Thanks. So Gerrit, your experience on that, I assume you will share some insights of you and what you do, but still, you know, what are other things that also support companies dealing with hydrogen? You know, we heard a bit, you know, how industry can do it, how there is something in the genes, you know, that companies or startup as a spin-off from the institute have it like something going on for decades, but still we are in years, or we saw just in the past 12 months, you know, a huge shift in how regulation intends to support hydrogen, how external financing or co-financing can support to boost it further. You know, can you share a bit with us here your insights on that? And I saw that you also like to talk about that topic, so that's why the question is directed to you.
Yeah, great. So thanks for having me. Maybe one or two words on EWE. So we are planning actually we are an energy supplier in the northwest of Germany, so we have high shares of renewable energy in our portfolio, right? And our plan is actually to supply green hydrogen as an option for decarbonization to our customers. And in the end, it's about the customer. We have to have an option for them, especially when they can't use electricity, right? So it's about producing green hydrogen, and we have a planned capacity of 400 megawatt water electrolyzer system and a large-scale storage facility. And I mean, we've just heard that hydrogen is more, let's say, concept, a system. So within hydrogen itself, there's no one-fits-all solution, right? So we will see several projects on different scales. And for us, it's right now, as a big energy company, it's the big projects, right? And these projects I just mentioned, just to give you the number, we're talking about €500 million investment, euros investment, right? Only for 400 megawatt and storage facility, 500 million euros, right? And in the end, we are very dependent on a lot of value steps, right? So the goal is to actually supply a steel mill, but we have to shift the electrolyzer to the electricity. So it's 200 kilometers in between, right? So the steel mill, just to give you that number, steel mill needs roughly 1.5 gigawatt, right? So it's the first step for us. And we have to shift it. And in the end, you need a chain of companies doing at the same time large-scale investments, right? So in the end, we are in cooperation with the transmission pipeline operator. We are in cooperation with the steel mill as well, with the electricity supplier, right? So in the end, you have several large-scale companies and an investment pipeline in the billions, right? And in the end, it's really, really important to have this collaboration and to make sure that all is aligned, right? And because no of these companies has an investment below 100 million euros, right? So in the end, cooperation, I think we've heard that quite a lot today, but cooperation in the end is the key, right? And it's not only the key for companies, it's the key for the political level as well, right? Because for us, with this large-scale project, we are part of the IPCEI approach. So of course, we will need funding. But that, in the end, is a combination of the political level, the political framework, investments from political side and a private side. So in the end, it's the same story for, I would say, the last 15 years, and it's still valid. We need corporations, and we need an aligned action plan, actually.
Okay, thanks. That brings us to Marco. So Marco and I, we are both coming from TSOs. So Marco is working for gas TSO. I'm working for power TSO. On our side, on power side, it's for the past couple of years. So from the start of this green transition, one of the biggest challenges is, of course, how to address seasonal storage, and the other is, how to move renewable energy across Europe, because when you have it on one place, it's worthwhile moving it to another place also, and avoid excess needs for storage on one side. And on the other side, we're always discussing how to utilize existing infrastructure as best as possible, not just to build new one, because it takes, as we were able to hear, a lot of money for that. So Marco, how you at Plinovodi see it right now in relation to hydrogen? What are the first steps? And maybe also to explain why you decided first for blending, and why it is a bit harder, to do the next step, so pure hydrogen pipeline.
Yeah, thank you for having me here, and good day to all of you. Yeah, our vision in Plinovodi is that the gas into pipelines will become more and more renewable as the time is passing by. And of course, hydrogen is part of this story. So this is very important for us, and we would like to enable this development also for our customers, for industry, and also for other users of the network. Yeah, as you said, there probably it will go in two directions. One could be blending of hydrogen. So thus we enable small quantities, relatively small quantities of hydrogen to be injected into the pipelines, just to make easier to build up the needs and maybe to store hydrogen for a short time into the pipeline and to transport it to another location. So this is one part. And the second part, which is also very important, is to build the pure hydrogen network, which is recognized also by European Commission in Repower EU, where there are envisaged different corridors for green hydrogen. Namely, European Commission plans that half of hydrogen will be imported from outside of European Union. So half of hydrogen would be generated internally into EU, but the other half will be transported from neighboring regions. So it is important to have these connections. We are also part of European Hydrogen Backbone, which is initiative of transmission system operators. 28 of operators from the whole Europe, the Central Europe and Western Europe fully, and also some operators from Eastern part of Europe. And we made a kind of vision what can be possible. So there are planned 5 corridors. For us is interesting, let's say corridor from North Africa via Italy to the Central Europe, where probably demand for green hydrogen will be the biggest. And there is also one promising corridor from Eastern part, so from Eastern European part, including Ukraine, from, of course, after war. But this corridor is very traditional for natural gas. So there are already existing pipelines and can be used also to transport hydrogen to the central part of Europe, where demand will be probably the biggest. So this analysis showed that the major part of this backbone for pure hydrogen can be built until 2030. And until 2040, we could have 53,000 kilometers of pipelines all around Europe. What is very important is that approximately 60% of these pipelines could be built by repurposing the existing natural gas pipelines. So you can use the pipelines which are already there. There is no intervention into environment because you use the old pipelines. It means everything could be cheaper, could be much faster because of permitting procedures. And this is a vision how we could proceed.
How in advance would you need to know it, let's say, your company, if there is a decision that we go for repurposing in part of the network? You know, how much time is needed to properly adjust? I know you also did tests or serious discussions with industrial customers. What's the share they can take in? You know, it's one thing is that what's technically possible to put into the pipeline. The other thing is what the industrial customers can take. You know, for some is 5%, for some is 10%, for some is 2%. So a lot of work was done on your side, although it might not be seen, you know, from a pure infrastructure point of view.
Yeah, so regarding the blending, there is ongoing discussion in Europe with a new directive on renewable gases. So as now there is discussion between 2 or 3%, which is not a big amount. Initial suggestion of Commission was 5% of hydrogen into existing blending, into existing natural gas. 2% or 3% is small amount, but it helps the smaller projects because they can put hydrogen into the flow of natural gas, and therefore they don't have an issue who will buy that hydrogen. And on the other side, you can take out hydrogen when you need hydrogen. So this is the blending part. And about repurposing the old pipelines, maybe it's interesting to say that in Slovenia, the backbone in Slovenian pipeline is made of 2 pipes. So it's quite convenient because one pipe could be repurposed for hydrogen only, and the other pipe could provide still the natural gas. So we could have 2 systems working in parallel. Regarding the time frame, first we have still some issues regarding regulation. So we need some kind of safe environment in order to invest into this. Maybe I can say in the Netherlands, they plan to do a loop around the whole Netherlands of pipelines. The cost is 1.5 billion euros, and the state decided to participate with half of this amount that this loop will be built. So we need sure or pretty sure regulative environment in order to take decision to invest. But some countries found out that maybe this could be a catalyst, that you build the infrastructure, because then the production side and also users see that they will not stay alone somewhere in the island. And of course also because of this importing component, which is also very important.
So one important thing to add is that when we were looking together with Plinovodi for possible strong energy connected locations, one thing was also looking where the railway is close to that locations, not just our infrastructure, but also other infrastructure that could help in a midterm transport hydrogen or any other fuel from that particular location where it would be produced. Gert and Marco, if we want to switch totally from carbon fuels, will we have enough renewables to cover those needs and to produce with excess renewables also alternative fuels? How are you approaching to that particular? Maybe Marco, you can share, because in Slovenia right now there are some open processes to see where we can easily install PVs, but what are the main obstacles you see, or where could we make it faster, or how we could make it faster?
Okay, so again, we speak about the hydrogen, we speak about the renewable electricity. And of course, Slovenia is a small country, so small territory, and 37% of this territory is under the Nature 2000 law or Habitat Directive, and of course, spatial planning is an issue. Okay, we have succeeded. We have last year we have installed the biggest PV standalone, but it is 3 megawatts. It is small if you speak about the, but okay, this is a start, because this is currently the biggest operating here in Slovenia. And within our group, so we have established one 3 megawatts and the second 2.5 megawatt. And those two are the biggest which are standalone, which are operating today. So the next is 2 megawatts, which is not from our group, but it is operating. But anyhow, let's say getting the building permit, it was, let's say, very smooth regarding this 3 megawatts, because we have used the closed landfill for the of the already closed thermal power plant in Trbovlje, and so there was 6 to 8 months was time needed to get a building permit, and this was very smooth. For all other locations, this is very challenging. I'm convinced that the new legislation, which will be approved in the parliament and put into the action till at least till the end of the April, will accelerate and easier putting the facilities into the area and the space. But for sure, you know, we have to establish enough renewable resources of electrical energy to make a switch. So this is the crucial thing. But limitation which Slovenia as a small country has, you know, those limitations are here in the field, and we cannot, our committee, we can just adopt our strategies like it was discussion before to the reality which we are faced.
And you?
Yeah, so, well, Germany right now imports 70% of their energy, right? 70. So basically the big share is imported, and it's pretty clear that Germany will be reliant on imports. Another argument for hydrogen, by the way, because electricity is not that easy to import, but hydrogen and further products can be imported very easily. So of course we have pretty ambitious goals for the deployment of renewable energy sources, but on the same side we have a pretty high demand for energy, right? So in the end it will never fit, so we have to import. And maybe that is a very crucial thing for domestic hydrogen production, because EW is only active domestically, so we are not active in the international upstream. And for us, it's pretty important that our facilities, which we are ramping up right now, are competitive with in regards to these import markets, right? And the idea actually is to have a, let's say, really integrated approach to make sure that the production capacities which we are installing right now isn't actually led by the demand for hydrogen, but is led by the demand from the electricity system, right? So we just have a really close look, where is the need for structuring the electricity system, and that's the amount of electrolyzers we want to deploy within Germany. And everything beyond that regarding the demand has to be imported.
Oh, good. Thank you both for the answers. You know, how to on one side support building renewables, but on the other side, understanding that's how much we are importing right now. So there are countries that import even more than 70% of that. Slovenia is one of those. To understand that in part we will still have to import. You know, we will not be self-sufficient. If 6 years ago we were looking at hydrogen and that it will come first from transport sector, now a lot or most is expected from the industry itself. Maybe Petra and Tomáš, you work the closest with the transport industry. You know, how do you sense they are pushing? You know, how fast is the race? You know, to towards the hydrogen on one side compared to also EVs, you know, which are quite popular, but we are able to hear today where are some obstacles or where we could see, and also from use cases, also hydrogen to enter more into the transport sector.
Yes. I have some experience from ship transportation and train, but just for the start, the theme is all around very hot, and it's going with all different approaches. So it has to be low carbon fuel, but we know also ammonia and methanol are now in ship industry more on first place, because of some problems with hydrogen. But the point of everything is that we all have a pains, and they're getting each year bigger. So here we got commitments with a 55% low carbon emission, net zero 50. Then we got Ukraine war and shortages on gas and electricity. So it's getting worse and worse and worse. So it's not now the question at the end would be that hydrogen, would be that methanol or ammonia, it will be the carbon fuel. So that's why it's running all different projects. There are pros and cons, and when you hear all of them, you see that everybody has right, because we don't have analyzed, we don't have past data that would say no, that is better, that is not. So, but it's very, very hot.
And you, Tomasz?
It's a very good question, and we're getting very good signals. Yeah, we're getting very good signals from the transport industry because there are clearly limitations with some other technologies, and they have recognized this. And looking into the future, you even more understand that you need to be light on the resources, minerals, and the fuel cells definitely offer this. But the pain is that it just seems that everyone is a bit waiting for each other because the transport, there was a recent case, INEOS, a large conglomerate for chemistry, they also do Grenadis sport utility vehicles. Essentially, they said the technology is there, it's going to improve, but the infrastructure is lacking, which means that we need to kind of align the stakeholders to be able to grasp the value. For us specifically, we can't scale our manufacturing because if we don't get confirmed orders, and we won't get confirmed orders if automobile producers or the truck producers won't know if they can refuel their trucks. So it's a chicken or egg. And that's why I would say that we talked before about the strategies and national and European one. They should also look at it, what are the elements within the value chain that needs to be aligned in timing, and then push with finances and subsidies this specific part, so to really know that the targets we have will be hit and that each stakeholder will deliver it. But for now, it just seems the signals are right, but we need to do this crucial step of aligning and understanding each of us where will we be in 5 years or something. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Before jumping to the strategy itself, so at ENTSO-E level, we have hydrogen as a game changer, but more from a point of view, what will happen if it doesn't come in, you know, that's how important it is for the future running of power grids, you know, because we don't have another solution on the table, we don't see it. Zoran, how do you see, you know, next step, or what's the next project you're putting together? You know, because you like to address it's turned off. They will turn it on because of the background noise. So what's the next project you're working on? What are you putting together?
A local energy community with hydrogen prosumer. This means that we look at hydrogen integrated system, which involves electrolyzer, storage, and hydrogen fuel cell. Now, this is connected to the electrical grid, and it generates or produces hydrogen from local production of renewables. When, of course, it has to be an ecosystem, techno-economically. Now, then the hydrogen is used to produce back electricity when it is needed, and of course, higher priced. And this is complementary to base load supply of both electricity and hydrogen. Additionally to that, this hydrogen prosumer is coupled to other local energy vectors. First of all, through CHP, combined heat and power, to thermal system, but also to the e-mobility sector, because they can also be prosumers when parked. So this is a complex ecosystem that is based on coupling different disciplines together, but of course in the shape of products. for the market. And this is where also we see the focus of Slovenian strategy should be, because this can engage new competencies of new startups, new companies on the global market. We can participate in international value chains. And this is also where we have to have the strategy smart, as implied or indicated by Bart, that is tied to our competencies. But not only production, also developmental. So it's an innovation cycle that starts at technology development, at TRL3, and of course ends on the market.
Okay, thank you. Now we had plans a go around question related to hydrogen strategy of Slovenia, but based on the discussion earlier in the morning, I will turn it around a bit, because we were the solution was provided, how to approach it by Tina Sršen. So my question, I will now change it, would be, what would you write in an email to the ministry so that it would be taken in and included into preparation of national energy and climate plan? So what would you write in that particular email? So let's do it that way.
Okay. Okay. Before we have saw explanation how the strategy look like, for example, in the Belgium, and how this is the question of the economy, of the jobs. So maybe the question will be when we will stand together and start to write the strategy.
Yes, I was not, so I came a little bit later, so, but I will still express my opinion. If we haven't started yesterday, we should start now. We have too much pains, and we need to engage to other countries and to lower the pains we have now in Europe. So, and that's the future. That's why start now.
Yeah, from our side, I would just emphasize that if country prioritizes something, it should also provide additional support. We're not selling apples, we're dealing with a lot more difficult industry. And as a startup, we have the same conditions if I would be selling apples, which is not really good circumstances with some market and predictability. But the other way, I would say putting strategy in everything is fine. And also in terms of what industries we will be developing is also fine, but we can easily and very quickly limit ourselves too fast. So for an example, no one would say that Slovenia has the capacity to do top grade catalysts for fuel cells. They would just say, no, there are like 5 big companies on the world that can do this. No, we achieved it. We made the product. So just limiting ourselves with strategy would not be something that I would recommend. But on the other hand, as said before, the goal should be to look at the timing, the key things that need to develop, infrastructure, adoption, and then see where to push funding and other subsidies to be in line so that we can have a common market entry, and we will be, each of the stakeholders, the companies, will be reassured that this is the right way to do. That's how we'll be also able to secure additional funding for ourselves.
Yeah, this is a very complicated question, but yeah, probably we would suggest to start developing the regulatory framework especially for network and infrastructure for hydrogen, and even before the adoption of European directive, because after the adoption of the directive, which will be maybe at the end of this year, then you have two years or something to transpose it into national legislation. So maybe we should agree some at least main regulatory issues in front of this as a temporary way. I think that in Germany was done something like that, just in order to keep things moving.
I would point out that energy communities, when set up properly, will account for 3/4 of energy supply. That's, I would say, generally accepted figure within the bridge community of projects. 75 self-sufficiency. That means that for Slovenia, as a small country, we should focus on developing solutions for such systems. And hydrogen, small hydrogen valley is a prime example that will stay with us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, a bit harder for you, but still.
Well, maybe as a German company, I'm not in the position to give any advice to your ministry, but maybe just before I worked for EWE, I actually worked for the German government, and I was involved in the national hydrogen strategy of Germany. Maybe if I can share one of our, let's say, lessons learned. Well, in the end, the hydrogen strategy of Germany, it is a political strategy, right? And in the end, the most challenging thing, and still the most important thing of that strategy, is that our government actually managed to find specific roles for every ministry in this entire, hydrogen, let's say, economy. Before we had the strategy, we still have a ministry for economics, we have a ministry for transport, we have a ministry for environment and climate protection, and every of these ministries had their own view on the role of hydrogen. And just by agreeing within the national hydrogen strategy, agreeing on a common view, on a common role for hydrogen, and Bart mentioned that as well, right? That was, and is still the most important thing. And in between the strategy and today, we had a change in our government, and still the role is defined. Still we have a defined role, and still every ministry is, has its part in this big picture.
Okay, thanks. So you were able to see through this exercise how tough it is to build strategy bottom up, and how it can be built top down, and still quite challenging to do it top down. But just to get a feeling on that. Do we have time for questions from the audience? Yes, so.
Sorry, I have I have one maybe additional email to your minister that I would like to write. So the title would be "Don't Forget Transport." That's one, but I will tell you why. So, and this is a German Slovenian, so I will use the example of Germany. But Germany is actually funding the delta cost of hydrogen trucks so the delta cost of, I mean, if you have a hydrogen truck, it's of course more expensive than a diesel truck. I think it's obvious, every new technology is. So it has a delta cost. And 80% of that delta cost is funded by the German government. So you have to imagine that if you are a logistics company in Slovenia and you do not have that 80% funding, where will you put your next company, or where will you buy your trucks? You see? So I think it's also be careful that because other countries are going faster in terms of subsidy schemes, you might lose out. So monitor very careful what the others are doing, and try to put in also some subsidy schemes, especially in the areas in transport where there is no other option. That would be my email.
It's coming.
Christoph Droste. So we were talking today a lot about grids, but we were talking very little about producing hydrogen. So as we heard from Belgium, 80% has to be imported. In Germany, it's actually 70% or something like that. So if I could add a sentence to the email, then maybe I would add in Slovenia not being limited on 20% or 30% or 40%, but being really focused on the ability to have a natural resource. Now we are all dependent on gas from Russia or whatever, oil from Saudi Arabia. Maybe we can lose this dependency a little bit in the future, concentrating as well on producing the hydrogen. So my question to the audience is, where are we expecting to get all that hydrogen, what we need in the future from which countries that should come? So we are all talking about grids, how to get it, but from where?
Yeah, really good point, and maybe one word on that. I really hope that we will find a European approach for that, right? Because especially the German government is discussing a lot about hydrogen from Australia, from Chile or something else. But I'm pretty sure that we can find a European strategy which makes that independent on a European level, right?
Okay, I think now we have that email, so I'll focus on something else. A question to both TSOs. You mentioned, Goras, that you're together scouting for possible locations that have, of course, transmission lines, but also transport lines. Do you or can you consider also other things, such as, I don't know, I mentioned before, reuse of heat and things like that. Can you make a sector-coupled approach to this for the big units that you talk about?
This is one another approach. We are using and developing a concept called CODO at ALS, which is dealing also with heating and cooling sector, how to couple all that together. So one of the target areas is, again, Shorstan area, because they will need to address the heating sector as well when the coal goes out. Why we are motivated as Power TSO, one of the biggest challenges we see is if we would go full deep electrification. This is creating a huge need for infrastructure development, which is just doesn't make sense on the other side. And going back to what I said, the same as it's is important for gas networks is for heating. Where you have, this is the most efficient, heating of people is using district heating systems, and we need to help them stay alive and prevent that. In the meantime, what is also happening, people disconnect from this system, trying to find their own solutions, which we were able to see through the exercise that are usually suboptimal. When you go bottom up, you usually, again, you were presenting that,
If there is no more questions, I thank you very much, Mr. Ajman and their panelists, for this really fruitful and future-oriented discussion. Thank you again. Hvala lepa. As already stressed, the EU hydrogen strategy also strongly supports the transition towards a sustainable and more knowledge-based society. Research, innovation, and education are cornerstones to make the transformation of our societies and economies. And just before the lunch, let us put into some context a science slam on hydrogen. The first keynote speaker I invite, Mr. David Jure Jovan, young researcher at Josef Stefan Institute, will share a keynote session on the activities in the field of hydrogen technologies. Please.
So thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me here. So I come from Josef Stefan Institute, Department of System and Control. And today I would like to share with you the activities on the field of hydrogen technologies in our department. So let me first introduce Josef Stefan Institute. It is known for the scientist on the bottom left, who together with Boltzmann in Vienna invented this thermodynamic law. And our logo, you can see it's similar like the Greek letter sigma, but these are not just dots. It's letters, IJS, written in 5-bit teleprinter code on the punched tape. So our institute is involved in a wide variety of fields, both on scientific and economic interests, such as physics, chemistry, biochemistry, electronics and information technologies, reactor techniques, energy, and of course, environmental protection. So, as I said, I come from the Department of Systems and Control, and our domain of work is control of systems and processes. That means that we are dealing with cybernetics, informatics, and automation. Our main R&D topics are general process control. We investigated self-learning systems, of course, modeling and optimization of complex systems. We do diagnostic and condition monitoring. We are involved in smart factories and digitalization. We developed device and products, electronics, control software, and in recent 10 to 15 years, we are dealing also with hydrogen technologies. So Josef Stefan Institute employs around 1,000 people, where 20 to 30 people work at our department. Currently, we have 17 senior scientists and 6 PhD students. And the majority of profile is electrical engineers and computer science engineers, but we also have mathematician, physics, and myself as chemical technology. In the field of hydrogen activities, we are building prototypes. We integrate fuel cell systems, reformers, electrochemical hydrogen compressors, and other auxiliary power units. We build balance of plant components and systems for power conversion, automatic control of hydrogen systems. I mean both hardware and software. We did some tools for non-invasive condition monitoring, diagnostics, and soft sensors. And of course, we are dealing with modeling, optimization, and digital twins. So regarding hydrogen technologies, we heard many times today that they are used mainly for conversion, storage, and transmission of electric energy. This is one very basic picture. And I want to stress out that the majority of hydrogen today is obtained via carbon heavy processes, either from hydrocarbon fuel reforming or other processes. But what we would like is to obtain green hydrogen, which needs some kind of excess green electric energy. By that I mean sun, wind, and hydro. We use that energy to split water with it to hydrogen and oxygen. And later we have to store this hydrogen. So we can either do this by injecting it into natural gas grid. We can use it for hydrogen fueling stations, for vehicles, for heavy duty vehicles, local cogeneration units, and at the end we can convert it back to the electricity using fuel cells. So these are 5 main components for such hydrogen system. So now I want to share with you a few of our recent projects which we finished. So the first is electric grid balancing. Basically what it is, it's hydropower plant coupled with hydrogen technologies, or let's say power to gas system. The background for this project was that we have some sorts of renewable power sources, in this case, solar and wind. These are, of course, intermittent, and they depend on weather and do not follow energy demands, actual energy demands. So hydrogen technologies can help in this place. And using them, we can store this excess energy and release it during the high energy peaks or demands. Here's a list of control requirements for this project, but there were basically two goals. First was to build a decision support system to automate all these decisions, and the second was to develop a tool which enable us to dimension all these major components. By this I mean the size of photovoltaic field, size of electrolyzer, and of course the volume of storage. Next project is fuel cell based onboard power generation. It's basically a fuel cell generation powered by diesel fuel. It's used for mobile and stationary applications. It's eco-friendly solution, and it can be used to power parked heavy-duty vehicles such as trucks. So we built this prototype, and the output power is 5 kilowatts. Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry for that. Yeah. So what's the advantage in comparison to normal diesel power generators? It produces no emissions without the exhaust, it's without soot particles or odor. And it was developed within this project where Jože Stefan Institute was the coordinator and technical integrator for this project. Next one is an environmentally friendly and advanced auxiliary power source based again on fuel cell. It's similar principle. This time we were dealing with high sulfur content, which was to about 3000 ppm. This was done for military, and again, the output is generator, electricity generator with low noise, clean exhaust, and so forth. The third one is also a generator. This one was built for space purposes in collaboration with European Space Agency. It's a miniature methanol reformer. This time we use methanol instead of diesel, and it can reach output power up to 100 watts. With Jože Stefan, we did a complete system setups, which includes catalytic heater, evaporators, steam reforming reactors, ROX reactor, actuators, and all other equipment. The whole system was implemented within low temperature co-fired ceramics, which can be seen here. And as I said, this was financed by the European Space Agency. This project has been done within Slovenia, between the consortium of Jože Stefan Institute, National Institute of Chemistry, and private company HIPAT. Next project is, code name is Memphis. It's based on membrane purification system, which both compresses the hydrogen and also purified it. So we reached pressures up to 1000 bar. Another advantage of such system is that recover energy during decompression, and it's also silent. So this one was financed by European Commission and executed within the consortium of Payet from Netherlands, Josef Stefan, Imperial College of London, Jülich, Germany, Duale Hochschule, Baden-Württemberg, from Mannheim, Germany, and Borit, Belgium. We also did some tools for condition monitoring of fuel cells and other components. So in this project, the goal was non-invasive condition monitoring and help as for diagnostics of such systems and for estimations of remaining useful life of hydrogen components, or for prognosis and health management estimations. Normally, this is done by electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, but we designed and built these two components. This is a cell voltage monitor who measure each cell in a fuel stack. And this is a power supply system with excitation capabilities, which can enable us such measurement. So this, in comparison to standard measurements, this is much faster and much cheaper. And we can apply such systems in all of these components in hydrogen system. Another thing we developed and designed is this military container. Basically, people can come and visit us, and they can see how fuel cells, electrolyzer, fuel reformers, solar panels, and other things looks like. There are two ways to, we can show them two ways to store hydrogen, either in pressurized tanks or with absorption on metal hydride. And we also perform all the power management. We did the control automatic algorithm for running this plant and remote supervision. Since we are a research institute, we also have to publish our work. So there's a list of selected publications. They are published in most respected articles, and you can find it in their databases. So to sum up, here are our recently concluded projects. Last year, we also won 6 new projects. So we are looking to work on hydrogen technologies further. A list of our partners in the project, they are mainly from Austria, Sweden, UK, and of course, Germany. And we are financed from European sources such as Horizon, Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, Europe Defense and Space Agency. And we also have some national funding such as Ministry of Education, Science and Sports, Slovenian Research Agency and Ministry of Defense. So with that, I'd like to thank you. And do we have time for any questions? Yeah, yes, please. Are there any questions so far? If not, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, David. Quick question to the, I think it was the FC Gen project. You showed a fuel cell. Could you tell us what kind of fuel cell that was? It had a reformer, so I'm guessing, hoping it was a solid oxide type of cell, or was it a PEM cell?
No, still was a PEM cell. It's a project from 2018, but yes, we are going in the direction you suggested. So,
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Najlepša hvala. Thank you very much. And as the second keynote speaker, I invite Mr. Srijo Kanjaparambil, Research Associate at the RWTH Aachen Center for Sustainable Hydrogen Systems. He will share a keynote session entitled Clusters for Future, Hydrogen, an Exemplary Project for the Hydrogen Economy of Tomorrow. Please.
Thank you, Tina. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, my name is Srijo Kanyamparampe, and yes, I'm the guy with the unbelievably long name, but I'm also the last speaker, the official speaker for today. And I have the honor and pleasure to guide you through the Cluster for Future Hydrogen with an exemplary project of this cluster to showcase what our landscape of research looks like and how we would like to make this hydrogen economy of tomorrow a reality. Without further ado, let's get into it. Well, the Center for Sustainable Hydrogen Systems in its fundamental structure is built on 3 pillars. On the left side, on your left side, we have the teaching pillar. And within this teaching pillar, we have identified courses that are required to impart the skills to our students and professionals to make this hydrogen economy of tomorrow a reality again. And we took this thought across borders, not just locally, but also internationally. This is how, for example, the International Hydrogen Masters Program in cooperation with West African countries has come to be, but also the summer school, a hydrogen economy. On the right side, and it's been talked about a lot today, is the pillar of transfer. And this pillar tries to interconnect research, industry, and society to push this technology from research into everyone's daily life. And we have different organizations on our campus, but also within our locality. For example, the Fuel Cell Industrialization Consortium on our campus that brings together all different aspects of this research and to push this technology into reality. We have the Hydrogen Hub Aachen, where we sit together with the partners from industry that tell us, okay, to actually make this work, you got to do this, and your research should be focused into this direction. And so we have this exchange on a very basic level already, and our aim is to bring this technology forward. A more central pillar, both literally and figuratively, is our research pillar. And the LIGHT project, H2 Giga, is a large project in Germany, bringing together a lot of partners from industry and research. Of course, David has mentioned Forschungszentrum Jülich, a dedicated research institute in Jülich, which is basically right around the corner for us in Aachen. We have joined forces, and our idea is, through grant challenges, to actually dedicate some research into this field. For the better part of today, for the better part of my presentation today, however, I would like to talk about, you guessed it, the Cluster for Future Hydrogen. And the Cluster for Future Hydrogen is actually part of the cluster approach of the federal government of Germany. And this cluster approach of the government of Germany is to push technology from lower TRLs over the valley of death into higher TRLs. A prominent example of this approach is mRNA technology, which was, when the cluster was initiated, in a lower TRLs, was pushed through the cluster over the valley of death into what we know today as biotech. And this is exactly where we can find our Cluster for Future Hydrogen, right in the center, taking the inputs from the lower TRLs, pushing it over the valley of death into industrial applications. And to achieve this, we need a holistic approach. Holistic in this case, meaning we have to look at the entire hydrogen value chain, from hydrogen generation, storage, industrial and private use, distribution, but also in the use of use in transport, be it on land, water, or air. And how do we do this? Well, we have to split this entire, what we call holistic approach, into 10+1 projects. 10 technical projects, and again, as the minister in the morning has already said, we have to consider an important factor not just technical research on basic, fundamental, and advanced levels, but also to put a bracket around this, to take into consideration social transformation, viable business models, but also the political and regulatory framework that is required to finally make this hydrogen economy of tomorrow happen. And for the remaining part of this presentation, I would like to get into a bit more details of one of these projects. That's P6, RSOCs for flexible fuel use, which so happens to be led by myself and my team. So before I get into the technical technical details of this kind of fuel cell, you've probably heard about the PEM electrolyzer cells or PEM fuel cells. It's been talked about a lot, especially with this ramp up of the hydrogen economy. However, on the block of fuel cells, there's another type of fuel cell which is gaining momentum as we speak. And that type of cell is the so-called reversible solid oxide cell, the RSOC. And to give you a bit of an idea how this technology works and what's all behind this, I would like to mention a few disadvantages and advantages so that we can get into the project. To start with, this type of fuel cell has very high operating temperatures. When I say high operating temperature, I mean 800 to 1,000 degrees. Now, as you can imagine, that's quite a challenge to all kinds of components, materials. Finding something as simple as a sealant at 800 degrees is a challenge in this field. But because we have these high temperatures, we have better kinetics occurring in the cells. This can push the efficiency of this type of cell to up to 60%. And if we use that waste heat at 800 degrees meaning an immense amount of exergy, we can push the total efficiency of this type of combined heat and power system to over 80%. Another disadvantage is we have a solid electrolyte, we have a solid anode, we have a solid cathode. It's ceramics. And you've probably all felt it in real life in your kitchen. Heating up ceramics needs to be done carefully. Heating up ceramics to 800 degrees has to be done even more carefully. So the startup and shutdown times for this type of cells are kind of a bummer. They take quite long, up to multiple hours, so that's a challenge. But this type of fuel cell can be operated either in fuel cell mode, which is when it's referred to as solid oxide fuel cell or SOFC, or it can be run in the other direction, making an electrolysis cell, the so-called solid oxide electrolysis cell. And switching between them, between these modi, is rather simple, especially when compared to other types of fuel cells. Finally, the dynamic operability. Dynamic operabilities of these PEM fuel cells or of batteries are exceptionally good. Changes to adaptation to load changes are incredibly quick, but this type of fuel cell, as you guessed it, is not that good in it, which makes it basically useless for the application of automotive in the automotive field, for example. But this type of fuel cell or electrolysis cell can operate basically on any kind of fuel, be it hydrogen, be it ammonia, or any kind of carbon-based fuel, which means that this cell can completely cover the future of fuels, be it e-fuels, hydrogen, or ammonia. So, in conclusion, it only makes sense to use this kind of a cell for stationary or quasi-stationary applications, such as building energy requirements or maritime application. And again, as it so happens, this is exactly what we are doing within the cluster for future and beyond. So let's look into the building energy supply. Our starting point is this Sunfire SOFC system. It's a certified system. You can go to Sunfire today and buy this kind of a system. This solid oxide fuel cell is designed to operate on natural gas. So you can take the system, put it in your cellar, hook it up to your compressed natural gas pipeline, and it will cover your heat and electricity demands. As you've all heard, in the next future, this pipeline, this excellent infrastructure of pipelines, will be used to add hydrogen successively. And our part in this research project is to adapt this very natural gas-based SOFC to an increased content of hydrogen that is most likely to come from the pipeline. Specifically, we will be looking at admixtures of 20, 50, 30, and 100%, so that this system can be used not just now and in the transformation period, but even beyond that transformation period where we switch from a carbon-based fuel society to a hydrogen-based society. Things that we do have to look in within this field of research are, of course, the impact of impurities in the admix. How will it affect the adapted system? We do have to change our control strategy because we have already seen stark differences and changes in the temperature in these critical components. And of course, exhaust gas treatment. The CO2, if we use carbon-based fuels that comes out of the system, is extremely pure. And some have already said CO2 is going to be an asset in the future from the perspective of e-fuels. So when we put all these thoughts together, we get an adapted system, and we can then evaluate it from the perspective of building energy supply as an adapted system to a hydrogen content. And we can then look into the modularity to actually scale this kind of a system up, and then have a look into heavy duty applications and maritime applications. And how we would use this kind of a system for maritime applications, that is basically the fundamental research question in this work package. So what is the role of the previously mentioned RSOC type of cell in decarbonized shipping? And our approach to this is to split it into 4 different levels of research, starting right at the top with this kind of a ship. How do we get this ship to run across the world from, for example, Rotterdam to Shanghai without any CO2 emission or net zero-2 emission? The International Maritime Organization has given us a few insights. They have said, okay, if you take a look into the energy management system, we can save 10%. If we use synthetic or non-carbon-based fuels, we can get to 100%. Kind of unsurprising. But on the next level, the question becomes, what does this kind of propulsion system actually look like? The energy system of a ship. How do we get this completely decarbonized? Let's zoom into the propulsion system of a ship. This is an exemplary propulsion system of a ship. The Maritime Organization is rather sluggish. So the combustion engine is going to stay on ships for a long time. It will considerably be downsized, and it will run on synthetic or non-carbon-based fuels, but the combustion engine is going to stay on a ship. Considerably downsizing means we need to make up for that energy. And to make up for that energy, we have a battery system that's not too large, that's bidirectional in flow so that it can take over the peak energy and it can take off the energy that's not required, but also the fuel cell system. And as we know, the fuel cell system here can run on these fuels as well. And it has been denoted as a bidirectional flow as well. Could we possibly use the reversibility of this kind of cell for industrial application? More specifically, can we use it on a ship to avoid these annoying shutdown and startup times? Questions that will be answered in this level of research, where we actually look into the utilization of the reversibility for industrial applications. On the lowest level, we still have to figure out how this kind of cell behaves if we run it with different kinds of fuel, which will be done on our single cell test bench, where we fuel this type of cell with ammonia and an admix of hydrogen and methane. This already brings me to the end of my presentation, and I would like you to take away 2 key messages from us. For starters, RWTH Aachen University, through its efforts of our researchers, has established itself as a focal point for hydrogen research in Germany. The Cluster for Future Hydrogen dives rather deep into fundamental questions regarding sustainable hydrogen economy, connecting research, industry, and society. In conclusion, To build a sustainable hydrogen economy, we require a strong interdisciplinary and international approach and collaborations. We have started to pave the way. The only question is, when will you join us? And with this, the floor is open to any questions. Well, that just means I explained it extremely well. At the end, all I can say is, by quoting Alan Key,
how you position your transfer to research activities in terms of technology cycles?
Let me just repeat that question. How do we position ourselves in the field of transfer?
Well, as you explained, you work in different parts of the technology level, readiness levels.
Yeah.
And this means there are different technology cycles in parallel involved in your work. Is that true?
Yes, that's actually one of the details of the cluster. The cluster is split into different conceptual phases where we try to run in parallel with these technological cycles, which are pushed by us and evolved by us.
Thank you.
All right then. Oh, sorry.
What is the current state of the utilization of the solid oxide fuel cells in CHP systems? We know that Mitsubishi has introduced 250 kilowatt solid fuel cell cogeneration, let's say 5 years ago, 6 years ago. They have announced introduction of 2 megawatts in the year 2024. So what is the current state of the art, let's say?
Unfortunately, Germany is, particularly when it comes to the technology of reversible solid oxide cells, lagging behind the Asian markets, such as Japan, partially also China and Korea. Even though we have Forschungszentrum Jülich right around the corner. The TRLs of SOFCs are not much lower, but lower than that of PEM. So realistically speaking, until we see an SOFC in large scales such that are required by the industry, would take another 5 years at the least.
Okay, thank you.
Coming from the company Keko Equipment nearby, actually I cannot agree with you that this will take 5 years. We are working on the equipment producing solid oxide fuel cells and electrolyte cells, and I can tell you that now already the companies are investing in the production facilities. So this is a big step already, and these are really big systems, 2 gigawatts actually. To be
So I would revert my answer and agree with him.
You agree? You don't agree?
I do. So one of the demonstrator projects, getting back on that question, that uses a solid oxide electrolyzer cell is in, I think it's a steel factory in Salzgitter. So they have a lot of excess heat. And that heat can be used to run this type of a fuel cell. I think it's somewhere around 2 megawatts. It's a pilot project, a demonstration project funded by Horizon as well. They have shown that the technology works. A big question is still on the cell level, the durability. Nobody knows exactly how long this cell might run or how long it will live. We have a few first insights into it from Forschungszentrum Jülich, who have had this really long testing period, but even they have seen lack of stability or problems with the stability in the system.
But I think that the costs of making such cells are going down rapidly now with these technologies, step casting, overcasting, and
yes, yeah. And I didn't really mention it, but because we use ceramics, because we don't have so much platinum or no platinum, it's much less when it comes to manufacturing it, the cost. Okay then. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Kanya Paramvil. It looks like we came to an end. Dear ladies and gentlemen, with this keynote session, I thank you very much in the name of the organizers for being with us today on the Slovene-German Hydrogen Day. I'm wishing you a fruitful discussion further. The lunch is served in front of the hall, so bon appetit and have a great day. Thanks.